Hello and happy Sunday again. Listen, per the usual, if I'm streaming, I'm not supposed to be, like a time I'm not supposed to be, you know why. And I have zero guilt. But good to see you, friends. Hello. Because you're home alone. No, I'm not home alone. It's just that most of them are going to bed and one is hanging out with their friend. So kind of, almost. Coolio, thank you for the 15 months. Luca, thank you for the 15. We're not going to spend too long here in the intro. I'm going to basically open Phaz and be ready because we're going to be rocking some games with Mr. Chingus. And I don't want to delay that beautiful man. But good to see you guys. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Confused and excited. Yeah, that's my usual. Yeah, that's usually how I feel about life. I'm confused. I'm excited, but I don't know what's going on. But that's awesome. Yeah, that's usually me. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up Phaz right meow. Right meow. Oh, I forgot to turn the HUD back on. Shit. There it is. All right. There we go. Hello, friends. If you missed it, we ended our St. Jude campaign earlier today because, well, I thought that it was going to be the last stream of the month, which obviously it's not. But we ended with over $25,000 raised to St. Jude, which means
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
No, that's not what that means. Which means that we have to also play the hot dog game dressed as a hagag.
There's some jobs ready for you.
So many crazy, amazing people over the past couple of days. It's been kind of insane, dude. Kind of insane. Yeah. Cousin Tony, thank you for the subs, dude. Forgot today's the end of day. Yeah. Today's the end of May. Now, if there's anything that's wonky because of like how I had it set up with St. Jude and then maybe I didn't change it back, please let me know. But it should be, for the most part, okay. Yeah, we should be good. I might need to move the chat up a little bit. No, I think it's okay there. No, it's fine there. We'll leave it alone. It's fine. Man, hello, welcome in, Little Misfit. Hello. I wonder if he's already in a lobby ready to rock. I don't think he is. Okay, God, lobby, please. Just be quiet. Do you hear it? Like, it's just, the ambient noise is so, I mean, luckily we only have like 2 more days of this. And then finally it'll be gone. Finally. He's not in the lobby yet. Yeah, I'm peeking on my phone too. Thank you, Uni. Yeah, Nix, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What's up, bruv? All right, let me go ahead then and get going everywhere so that anybody that watches on the tubes and you like to put the stream up on maybe the TV because the Twitch app sucks on the TV. Well, there you go. We'll get started with that and everything else. Trisha, I'm doing well. Yeah. Curl, what? Tuesday. Listen, I got the time. Why not? I got the time. We might as well. We'll do the things. Okay. Yeah, I mean, unless he wants me to start a lobby, which is totally fine and I don't mind. It's up to him. Stitch Matt, I know that you're not coming over here on your birthday and doing stuff. I hope that you had an amazing birthday, Mr. Matty Poos. Am I part of the drop? No, nobody's part of the drop because there is no Phasmo drop. Yeah, there isn't one. Yeah, not right now. Matty, love you, brother. I hope it was a good day, dude. Knight, thank you for the subs. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, if you guys missed us playing that bear game where you're supposed to be a bear trying to get the cake, that's also live on YouTube. If you missed it. It's demonetized because apparently the music that they used in the game is copyright, but whatever. I still posted it anyway. I think it was well worth it. Well worth it. It's funny. It's good stuff. Uni scored. Thank you so much for the subs. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Why is that not working? What the? It's okay. Oh, let's see. The output is wrong. Okay. So let's fix it. Is that right? No? All right, well, it was a good talk. What's up, Bobby? How are you? Okay, let's try this again. Ay, caramba. Things are breaking. Can't be a normal stream unless it's breaking. You're back? I know. I know. The missus is hanging out with her friend. All the kids are going to bed. So I'm streaming. So here I am. Yeah. Yeah. Classic. I know. I know. All right. Why wasn't that working before? Let's try it again. Hey, there we go. Groovy. Mild Spork, thank you for the 10 months. And Crazy D, thank you so much for the gifted to McAlden. Thank you, dude. What's up, Zap? You mentioned prison being a copy pasta. What does that mean? When I say prison is a copy pasta, I'm talking about the map is just a lot of Unity assets that are just pasted into one place. Like high school is a very good example of this. High school is, for the most part, I mean, the building itself was basically just a asset they bought and then just went boop and plopped it down and then just made the rooms. Yeah. No, boo, it ended earlier today. It ended. You still can. You absolutely still can, but you just can't do it through my campaign. So if you still want to donate to St. Jude, please do, because that's available 24/7 at all times. At all times. Alan Wake should end on the 2nd. Yeah, so hopefully that goes away swiftly. Yeah. Enchanted Toadstool, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Good to see you streaming. How's it going? Gonna give this Phaz game a go, huh? You know, I heard it was pretty cool. Figured I'd give it a go, Mr. Kill. I learned from the best. Like Mr. Kill, who apparently doesn't have a back to him, and you can see right through him, which might be the thumbnail later at some point. Who knows? But anyway. Top, thank you for the 3 months at tier 2. Dude, I really do hope that they implement the idea of tier 2s and tier 3s being able to post GIFs. That would be cool. I'm kind of curious to see what that's like in chat if they do it. No back of the neck beard. No, unfortunate. Unfortunate. I'm watching him right now. I have Mr. Chingus up on my phone just to see when he opens a lobby. Unless he someone can tell me if he's waiting for me to do it, but I'm assuming he's running the show here. I just work here. What's up, Mimo? Definitely need to do it. I think that'd be cool. I'm just very curious. What's up, Will? How are you? Can you do no evidence run? Well, we're doing the weekly. Whatever the weekly is, that's what we're going to do. Ooh, I need to do my spiel first. Whoops. Let's do that now. Yeah, let's do that now. I think that's the move. This week's challenge is Hide and Seek Extreme. This ghost wants to play a game, You Better Hide, at Camp Woodwind, which, because we're doing it before the event is over, we're going to have to deal with some of that, but that's okay. Not a big deal. Here's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There's the contract. And then if we come over here, we can see that we have a lot of different equipment, a lot of tier 1, a lot of tier 2, but no flashlight, UV light, incense, or sanity. But we do have crucifixes. Thank goodness. So hopefully that doesn't end poorly. If you don't want to do this weekly with the event going on, just wait until the 3rd. Wait until the 3rd and do it then, and you can still do the same weekly without having to worry about the event. Just pro tip if you don't want to deal with that shit. How do you get tier 2? I'm pretty sure that when if you go to subscribe, there's an option that allows you to choose a different tier. You just have to choose which option it is. But again, I don't know if it's something they're actually going to implement or if it's like, we're thinking about it. So we're kind of waiting to hear what they have to say. What's up, noob? I know we're live. I know. What is all this madness? I know. What is this madness? Lodge, it's good to see you, friend.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
With the event, do you still have the UV? Oh, that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. They don't. Oh, that's spicy. That's a great point, Vex. So, yes, they took away our UV, but the event map provides 2 UVs, which means we could still get it. So maybe doing it now is actually better. I don't know. So maybe doing it now is actually better. Damn, that's a really good point. Don't tell me I'm kind of... No, I just started, Ty. No. You're good. Literally just started. We are about to get into our first games, friend. You're good. Let me see if I can... If he's joinable. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, he's not even searchable. That's cool. Is he... Oh, it's because he's just Chinggis. Join game? I didn't even think about that. That's a really, really, really good point. Send me the code. F it. I just joined without it. Hey, big boy.
Oh, hello. Yes, chat, welcome to Mighty Chinggis and FlashForce play Phasmo Kitty Island Adventure 2. Ow, dude, that's my nose. All right, listen, if I was in the leather, I'd call your mom. I mean, wait a minute.
Hey. Damn, that escalated so quickly. Reverse booked.
I might have taken that a step too far. I'm sorry.
It's never too far. Thank you guys for the hype train. Blue Metallic Crow, thank you for the 9 months. Get booked. Oh my God.
Happy Sunday. Didn't you already do this once today, sir? Or did I miss something?
Well, I was here earlier, but I always say this. I'm like, if I'm here when I'm not supposed to be here, there's usually one of two things. Either nobody's home or everybody's asleep and the missus is busy. So it's like, yep, she's hanging out with a friend and everyone's asleep. All right, here we go.
Bye, let's go live. Yay!
Yes, sir. So I was like, I'll sneak Chinggis a message and see if he wants to team up.
Yeah, I was just, it was
What's up,
funny. I
Knox?
was just
Dylan,
talking,
hello.
I was telling Chad about this.
Get booked
earlier.
needs to be an
I was
emote.
just talking to Laynor and he was just, you know, every time that you and FlashForce get together, your YouTube videos actually do good. And I was like, wow, dude, that's fucked up to say it like that, but I understand. And then he was like, you should do that more. I was like, yeah, it's actually really challenging because Flash and I actually have different stream schedules.
It's our times. It's our schedules. Yeah.
The opposite schedule.
Right.
In
Got family's got all the stuff. It's tough.
After him
Sent
and I
it. Thank you for the 3 months.
Me and you're like, hey.
Hey.
By the way, we're doing that collab tonight.
Get booked. Yeah.
So,
maybe I could do it like an animated
I
emote.
kind of inserted myself
Like journal
on the beef
opens.
between you and
Get
Gary.
booked.
I don't know if you saw that during the last stream.
I heard also
him out in title.
you / Break. I heard also is a part of this.
Well, Break just straight up said she's not gonna title it or let anybody know. She's just gonna
do
kick all
it.
3 of our asses. Yeah. Where, you know, I happen to enjoy the banter.
I think the banter is worth it. I think it's spicy and it should be.
Yeah. And
St. Jude ended earlier today.
Do you remember when you and I used to try and do speed runs before?
Yeah.
We would say, let's do a speed run, and then we'd be in that map for like 45 minutes.
You never listen. You go for the challenge in itself, as in like if you're doing no evidence or whatever it might be. But if you tell yourself I'm going to do a speed run, that map will be 30 minutes long.
Yeah, that's all last stream, brother. All last
When are we starting?
stream.
Well, the stream already started. That's how you can see me.
That didn't hunt till 25% and only did one ghost event out of the room.
Right.
It was a shade. It was clearly a shade. But I identified as an asshole. So yeah, it's been absolutely crazy trying to do these no evidence.
Listen, today we can after the weekly. I'm down. If you want to keep playing, I'm down, and we can get some practice in.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let me switch over to the challenge mode. We have hide and seek extreme.
See, I already did my spiel, so now you can do his spiel.
You better hide.
Amanda, imagine who would do such a thing. Makes me sick. Thank you guys. I appreciate the early love, friend. You guys are nuts. I know St. Jude is done. But the balloons will stay up for today, and then I'll remove them tomorrow. They'll be gone tomorrow. Watch news, improve the confidence, solve maps. Appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate you, Bryce.
It's
Bryce, sorry, Bryce. Thank you, friend.
So this is
hear me out, sir.
3 evidence, 0 sanity, 150% ghost speed.
Yes, but now if you look, you can see what equipment we're missing, right?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, bricks. I read too fast and then it's stupid. I'm so sorry.
No, I didn't see
bricks.
That.
I'm so sorry.
That? I forgot about this.
The eyeball. Click the eyeball at the top next to truck.
The eyeball up at the.
Yeah.
Oh. No flashlights.
Oh, you're right.
Lights,
oh, never mind. I had a thought.
Incense.
We had a thought that was like, ooh,
sanity.
genius, but never mind. The genius is gone.
Was the genius just to take the sanity meds?
No, the genius was that they don't like UV is gone, but they provide UVs when you do the event map. But flashlights. Now, I don't know if flashlights are off or they're just gone.
Ooh.
If flashlights were still working, then the UVs will work. I'm playing with
but they
Mighty
took the UV
Chingus.
out. Hold on, let's see here. Flashlights are off in the settings.
Okay.
So they're not working.
Okay.
So flashlights don't work.
So then the
But
UV wouldn't work at all because they're not glow sticks. They're the UV they
does
provide you
Alan
is
Wake
the
little thing work. It provides a little bit of light.
oh
right?
the angel. Yeah, I guess so.
I wonder what kind of light.
You
that
like him?
gives
I kind
us.
of like him too. He's all right. Dawes, thank you for the 4 months.
Okay, so
Amanda,
I guess
thank you for
we're
the
doing
heartbeat.
this,
Thank you for the daily.
50% speed, no sanity, no defenses,
We do have defenses.
3 evidence.
We have 2
No,
crucifixes.
There's no incense. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have incense. Yeah, you're right. But we,
All right.
we do have crucifixes though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm gonna be ready as I'm gonna be.
Okay, let's do this.
Good night, Lucid. Picky, hello. How are you?
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before...
Robin Garcia. So all the guests. are
Damn it.
okay.
Looks like this is going to
I got excited. I still got excited. Stupid. All right, so we don't have flashlights, but we do have. Oh. I mean, listen, it is light. Like, look at this.
It is a flashlight.
It is. I mean, if
In
you hold this out,
theory.
it is. I don't know if we'll need it though. My volume all the way up. It is. Okay, good.
Wheel to
Wizard
it, though.
sticks.
And
A little laggy. Robin Garcia.
Okay, these don't work at all.
No, they don't work. Unfortunately, it's event was hopeful, but never mind. Okay. EMF.
Okay, bonus orbs. Ooh,
She check.
Power is on.
Power's on. Pop in and say, hey, gamer boy, good to see you. Himawari, thank you for the
I don't
sub
see
on the
any bonus
docks,
orbs,
dude.
sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Bricks, welcome over, dude. Thank you for the prime. You guys are crazy. All right, I'm gonna take Spirit Box. I'm gonna take EMF, and I'm gonna take, I think, a Thermo. Because our sanity is 1, and I'm just ready to take one for the team.
We have a 1 minute set.
We do, and that's what I'm gonna take advantage of.
I've got a cruci to try and help extend that a bit. I've
Fix
got the
my
camera
audio.
and I've got the dots.
The headgear, so the headgear's tier 1, which sucks.
Yes,
All right.
it does.
All right, whenever we're ready to go, I will be ready to rock. I'm ready for you. Whenever you're ready to go, I'll be ready to go. You just let it rip.
Let me do a little
A gander?
yeah.
Okay. The ghost does not become active until you open the front door or the gate or whatever it may be. So, like EMF right now would be useless because the ghost isn't doing anything.
Almost got stuck there. Help me, Step Flash. I was stuck.
Nope. I got to get paid more than that. Hey,
Oh,
Special
sorry.
Pat. Just an extra $5.
All right,
It's really not that much.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
All right. Ah!
All right. I have a timer going. Ooh, laggy, laggy, laggy. Like I said, the power is on, which means temps-wise, oh God. Temps-wise, if it's cold, we should be able to find it pretty quickly, actually. Nothing. Nothing. Holy Jesus. I'm going to check for this, and I'm probably going to go. Nothing. Oh, it's here.
Object
Found
thrown.
it. Found it. It's here.
Cursey down.
Roger that. I'm going to go get the other crucifix. Ooh, possible fiver? Oh, break of daylight. Okay, our 60 is done. We might have an EMF fiver, by the way.
Oh, look at that.
Poison ivy.
With the curve.
Oh my God, Callie, hello. Yeah. Okay, it might be. Break, how was your stream, bucko? D, welcome in. How are you? What's up, Sam? Jade, hello. What's up, Vamp? Hello, friends. Good to see you all. We're doing the weekly with Mr. Chingus a day early because, well, I had the time. Anything special happening over there?
No, not yet. I just wanted to get this angle
Okay.
for the orbs.
Roger
and
that.
I
Mhm.
don't see it.
Good. Had to give up on Phas because playing with even one person killed my OBS. I'm
All right, so
sorry.
we got a-
Tom,
we
the
got-
same thing was happening to Tom. All right. I have 2 books in my hand and another crucifix that I'm ready just to place down when we get over there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a spirit box
Mr. Song.
and matches.
Hide and Seek Extreme is the weekly this time.
And okay.
Almost done with work.
Wait,
So
this
close.
light
Hell yeah.
Switched when I was in there, and that
It
light's
what?
on. Did you turn that light on?
The lamp that's in the tent?
Yes.
That I don't think I did.
No. So it's not a mare.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did not hit that lamp.
Okay.
I love lamp. Okay, if it's EMF 5, we wouldn't have that anyway, but we'll see.
Okay.
Can't wait for the event to finish. I know. I'm the same way.
All right, let's go.
We've got this. Dun, 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 dun. Spicy.
Woo, spicy.
Okay. Book down.
Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly? Are you near? Are you far?
Okay. I'm going to go get one of those lamps and get rid of these frickin' taken shadowy bastards. I think you did turn it on. Are you sure? I might have. Absolutely might have. You're doing great, sweetie. Oh, this is useless. I mean, I guess it just tells us if it's not a rave.
No
Meow.
spirit box.
Roger that. Okay. Shut up. Shut your lips. Or shut up. Shut up. 2 for the price of 1. Where's the EMF?
Are all of those objects thrown? The activity chart is just hay. This
Okay,
might be a
roger that.
multi.
Okay.
I have a theory.
Oh, my Lanta. It is going kind of ham, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's your theory?
Any of these times that it does just like a throw or something and it's like this strong, I feel like it's always a Pulte for me.
Yeah?
I don't think that I know that's not a coded thing. But,
Right.
Or it's not an official thing. But I haven't been necessarily wrong on it yet.
Hey, Blood Moons. No, not this is the first game.
But you know,
I know.
if we throw the egg down, it'll tell us
Shut
where the
up.
ghosts are.
You shut your lips. Break, friend. I appreciate you. If you need to run and go hang out with the kitties that are freaking just non-stop wanting attention, please make sure you do. I appreciate you, Break. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Thank you.
Aw.
Are you smoking? Oh. Gonna get some foods? Yeah, you're good, friend. Hi, Mr.
tried the
Alpha.
candle just
Katie,
to
thank you
have
for the
an extra
follow.
light.
Hello.
It was a no-go.
I think the other Crucie's in there. I don't know. If not, one of us is gonna die. So it is what it is. Right now we have
That's
0 evidence.
It's true.
It did walk in the salt, by the way, so it's not a wraith.
Okay. I thought it threw the book. I'll check.
It turned that lamp on again. No, books are still
writing?
placed. Books are still placed.
Multiple salt steps too.
Those might have been back to back quickly, so I would say Galu's still on the table. I think it was a throw. I don't think it's a 5 because it would be red. I think so. I don't think so. Night Raptor, thank you for the 13 months. Wowzers. Thank you for the tier 3, friend. Sorry, I'm camping the truck right now, watching for a possible EMF 5. What up, Oops? We do get 3 evidence. It's just getting the evidence that's the hard part. What the hell is that? Oh, it lit the burner in the back. Oh, I see. Hey, Rye. I'm hoping for a 5er. Which I guess I could watch this, and if I think it's a 5, holy balls. What the hell is that?
Yeah. That is either a Pulte thrower or a
I
twin
mean, that
curve.
could be poultry. I'm going to go ahead and circle the Pulte just in case things go south.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hey,
But
thank
we
you,
don't
Bob.
have to live. Living
No,
is optional.
no,
right?
we do not. And it's doing so many random, like, chucks that look like they would be aggressive. It's just not feeling like it's doing it when we're there. Now, let's say it is a Pulte. Okay, so what's our evidence? Spirit box, ultraviolet, and ghost writing.
Well, we'll never get ultraviolet.
Did we... Wait, do we have spirit boxes?
Yep.
Did we
I didn't
try
get
it?
an answer.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's
Yes,
a
I
5.
did.
That's a 5.
Wow. Okay, not a Pulte.
See, 200 IQ. Put the camera next to the EMF and sit here when you don't have defenses and let it do the work.
Love it.
Cool. So EMF 5, we do not see
Go back and watch
orbs.
for dots.
We don't see orbs. Okay.
No orbs.
It's not giving us dots yet either. Let's just pretend we don't have dots. We might have them. Who knows? But we'll pretend like we don't. And if you didn't get Spirit Box, that would be a Shade, a Myling, or a Djinn. It has yet to kick the juice.
Yeah, but spirit boxes are still be spirit boxing, from what I hear.
What? Oh, like it's not working? Mine have been perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. I have not, but that's okay.
Okay. So I might need to
It's
try then.
definitely still there.
Okay. I'll bring Spirit Box back into the equation just in case.
Okay.
All right. I don't know if we have more Crucibites or not, but I guess we'll see, eh?
I have this. Oh, it turned the power off. It's not a Djinn.
Ooh, not a Djinn. Okay. Nice. That is good to know. Got Blood Moon on Coffee World. Oh, we had that earlier
I don't know,
today.
Could it be twins with all these curves?
Maybe. I mean, is there anything
don't
that's
trust
been
them
like
anymore.
super twin curvy?
Not super, no.
And if it is twins, we should have Freezing Spirit Box EMF 5.
Right.
Okay. So we should have Freezing. We just need to see if it's going to hunt again or not.
I'm gonna go for the freeze. Here we go. It was nice knowing you. I'll miss you.
No. You're not alone in this, girlfriend. Crucibite. Any luck?
It's not in there anymore.
The ghost moved?
The guy, it's 13 degrees in there.
Yes. Hiding. I can't see shit. If it moved, it's going to be that much harder to find freezing temps. Do the event maps get darker? It's just because we don't have any flashlights or anything. The lamp shadow looks like a chicken. Oh no, it is a chicken. Look. It is a chicken. The other tent has bears. Yeah. I like how everything's muffled but the carnival music. The carnival music is like, I'm unbothered. Unfazed. Unfazed. Now it is a 150 ghost, if I remember correctly. Hunting?
Sorry, it's over.
Was it hunting?
Oh, that wasn't a monster. What the hell?
I didn't think so.
I could have sworn it. It closed the door?
Yeah, because it evented.
Oh, what the hell, man?
Give it a boop. I can't. I can't boop it. Why is it not hunting? I hear Chinggis in the truck. He's walking on the ramp or something like that. I can hear him. We'll know if it hunts and it's over because the light will go out. What? He's not even in the map. Hey, Mesa, how are you?
It's interesting that we don't have a hunt yet at 0 sanity.
This is really weird.
The activity board's completely pegged out.
Hunting now?
Hunting.
It's so hard to tell. There's so much noise. There's so much noise, dude. Okay. Ay, caramba, dude. Oh, it's right here next to the fire. It just threw a book. It's so effing loud, dude.
It's normal speed. Just
You think it's a normal 150?
Normal.
I think it's hunting, by the way, while you're just open talking. It's so hard to tell. I might just have to like take one for the team. I'm gonna go see if those little tents close by are open. I think that's the move. I need to be closer. This is so far away.
So you know, when you opened your book there, I could just see everything so clearly.
You're very welcome. Yep. I don't think this is any better. This is like an extra challenge. My hope here is to see lights flickering to know the hunt has begun. That is our hope here. I can't hear shit. I can't hear it, dude. Miling is on the table. I mean, do you think it's that quiet? It's done, right? Have it. Just kill me. Yes. Good, good. Good, good, good. Yes. Yes. I can hear the ghost better now. Oh, Chinkus is in the truck. The ghosts are extra ghosty? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Noah, thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate you, dude. All right, this is going to be extra spicy. Bro, seriously. Dude, is that twins? That does not seem normal. For 150, that doesn't feel like normal. And we have no defenses. We're not hitting it with anything. That's normal? Is it? Dude, I kind of want to go twins. I'm not 100% on that. That speed seems too fast. If I go here... Oh God. Tools. 150. Bam, 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 bam. So a 150 fast twin. Maybe it is a little bit faster. It's so hard to tell. So hard to tell. It seems angry. It's a little angry. It's a little ticked off. Well, we thought we saw the curve. Look at him go. Sounds a little fast. I don't know, man. This one's tough. Getting only one piece of evidence and then having the ghost like this has been rough. Sounds like a garbage disposal set loose. I know. And you just basically send it across the map. Oh, boy. I don't know. Like, I'm almost okay with going twins.
Okay, sir. Do you have something where you could, like, throw it down?
Yeah. That's not a good thing. Here, I'll do a ring.
With the way that the board is. Okay, all right. Thank you. Do you think it's twins? Throw it down on the floor for yes, on the thing for no, on the counter for no. Okay. All right, I'm going to select twins, and then we're going to get out of here and get you back into it.
I'm not like 100% on that. It's like, I don't know. I think so. Maybe. Might be. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on that, but if it's wrong, it's fine. Maybe we'll get luck on the next one.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
Yes, sirree, Bob. I thought that was a little bit fast.
See, I was thinking it because of the board.
I was thinking of it because of the hunting speed seeming fast.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if you actually heard the hunting speeds. I didn't hear the hunting speeds.
So
it never came over to that yellow tent.
I was in the bathroom and I was like thinking to myself, like, you know what? Maybe dying's actually a good thing here because then I'll be able to hear the ghost better.
Yeah, actually, it's a legit strat in the weekly.
It works.
Right?
We still get the monies.
All right. Yeah. Okay. You got that time. I guess I'll take it to the face this time.
Well, only if we have to.
Fine.
It's only a have to kind of situation.
Maybe I like it in a little chokey choke once in a while. I'm just saying, you can't have all the fun, sir.
Should I message Dahlia, let her know it's coming, or like?
I mean, she knows about you and me. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Good deal. Sweet. Rock on. Let's do the thing. Hey, Nervy, thank you so much. Oh my. Goomber, thank you for the 12 months.
Yeah, the rain.
Okay, maybe this time we'll get more evidence, you know? It's hard to say. We don't know.
Maybe we get some bonus orbs. Yeah.
She's here right now. Scatter. Okay, no bonus orbs. All right. We need to find the ghost
Actually,
quickly.
I'm gonna put a book back. Yeah.
Did we have a cursed possession, by the way?
We're supposed to have the paw every time, I believe.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm going to go use it.
Okay. Sunrise.
I'm going to change the weather first of all. Well, I need to wish for, that's
Yes.
going to be dicey. So
Yeah.
by wishing for sanity, it's going to change the ghost room, but I don't know if it even matters that much.
Yes. I don't know. Let's go check what we can see. I don't see any orbs in the white tents.
Okay. If we find okay.
Oh, I guess we're going in.
Well, you open the door.
I didn't mean to.
He said, I didn't mean to. All right. Ghosty. Oh my God. Lag. Holy shit. Go. God damn it. Get out of here, you breathy bastard. Okay. Possibly white tent. Where are you? Are you?
Away.
Spirit box. Oh, it just turned off. Son of a bitch. I'm not going to use the paw right now. I was going to. Hey, it's about to hunt.
Kirsty is down.
My man. Grabbing double book right now. I killed the power.
Did you get a ghost event on you? If not, we have a possible EMF 5.
I don't see one.
I am going for power.
Please, because I can't see shit. Where's that EMF? Oh, there it is. All right. All right.
Writing?
So, did it just write?
Writing?
Hey, there we go. Spirit box and writing.
And not a ref?
And you saw no Orbeez?
I did not see Orbeez.
Okay. Freezing ultraviolet dots EMF 5. If it's EMF 5, it's a spirit. Go ahead and mark that down. Come on, give me the 5. Let's go. EMF 5.
I was going to say there's 5 now on the board. You
Yeah,
said
it's a
EMF
spirit.
5?
Hey, Jana. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, yep. Got us a spirit, sir.
Wonderful. Wonderful!
That's how we do it. A nice fast run to combat what we just did.
Oh, yeah.
You light up my life. Did I ever tell you that?
Oh, my God. That makes it feel so special.
Whatever. Oh my God.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Nice. That was way better. Why don't we just do that every time?
Hey, maybe if I hit it in the hole the first time, every time, I'll do much better, right?
What? Anyway. Could you use the event thing as a flash? No, you can't. Well, wait, you mean the little anything? You could. Yeah, you actually could.
We've arrived.
Sorry.
Check the equipment.
No, that's okay.
Set up before investigating.
Stepped away. What happened? Oh, nothing. Just Chingus being
Reports
Chingus.
that suggest a possible ghost
All right.
sighting.
So
No
my
bonus?
my
Okay.
my thought process here is that if we spend almost 60 seconds looking and we can't find it, that I would wish for sanity and then lock the ghost in its room to buy us another 60.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. If we have
Cool,
to.
cool, cool.
Oh god, don't you go in there without me.
Blow strats there, sir.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I hold.
The UVs we can't use because flashlights are turned off.
It's so much harder with the
Yeah.
tier 1 now.
Tinkerbell, I don't know. We'll see, friend. Uncertain as to how long. We'll see. It's up in the air.
Okay, I didn't see an orb. I just saw a reflection. I don't know if that was a throw that happened in the white tent.
It can't. No, it can't. We haven't opened the door yet. The ghost can't be active.
Okay. Okay. I don't see orbs.
I'm like waiting with my hand on
Ready?
the 60-second
3,
timer.
2, 1, go.
Okay. Start checking. 10 degrees. 10 degrees. This is kind of the way. Ooh, 8 degrees? No. Oh, no. Holy ballsack on a Tuesday! Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God, dude. Unnecessary roughness. 10-yard penalty. It's still third down. Jesus. I wish for sanity. I wish to trap the ghost. We have 60 seconds. I just trapped it.
Okay.
Okay.
No idea where it's at. Just
No idea. I think he's over that way, or he was.
I'm going for yellow tent hiding to see if I can't hear it.
Roger that. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Oh. Okay. What I might do, I might go watch it from the truck and see where it spawns. Or just I could watch from here, I guess, but we'll see. Ooh, it spawned right in front of the white tent. It spawned right in front of the white tent. Okay. What up, Bama? Thank you for the 22 months. Miranda, how are you? Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate you. Oh my God. It's throwing, but I don't think it's throwing enough. I don't think it's enough. Yeah, that was in front of the white tent-ish. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
wishing.
look, we have a little tiny bit of sanity.
So I'm wondering if wishing for sanity, that's where it moved to. It moved over to that area in front of the white tent. I'm a curious little rhino. Surprised the gate swinging for the hunt didn't send the tripod flying, I know. Do we have this over here by chance? I can't tell. I can't see it.
I don't see any orbs. It's not. I don't see any throws.
Do
or
me a favor.
activity or
I
anything
want to borrow
happening.
this real quick. Oh, we have orbs. We have orbs.
Wait, where?
Right there. White tent. Hold on. I just saw it. Come back out. I saw it. I swears. Swears to it.
I see it.
Did you see it?
I saw it. It came out just for a second.
Uh-huh. There it is right there. Yes, sir.
So it's in the white tent.
Mm-hmm.
So my
There we go. So wrong. They give it the 15 months.
So that crucifix that's there.
Is there a ghost that can't do a chasing event? The Cormos.
Yeah.
So we just got to get our
close
stuff in
enough to
there.
protect us. Yeah.
I don't know where the next best hiding spot is. Do we by chance have the barrels?
I don't know.
I don't think so. No, no barrels. Okay. Maybe that we might get lucky and that crucifix might do work.
I'm going for it, Flash.
You know, I believe in you so much. Mark, thank you for the gifted subs, friendo. Lex, thank you for the follow. Did you get the cruci in the white head? Oh, shit. You okay, big guy?
No!
Little third degree, never hurt anybody, except for the person who got burned. That's okay. I'm gonna go look for the other one. There it is. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Did you put it in the white tent?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this one a little bit out. Right there.
Yep.
And I'm gonna get the juice. Okay. Pizza rolls, a Mountain Dew? I have a Mountain Dew. I went to go pick up my son and we stopped to the store real quick. And he was like, do you mind if I get a drink? I was like, yeah, it's fine.
All right,
I was
we
like, you know what?
already
I'm going to
got
get one
another
too.
cruci burn.
It's like, I haven't had Mountain Dew. I haven't had Baja Blast in forever. Baja. Okay. Other crucifix is in the tent.
Okay.
All right. So orbicals are in there.
Do we have a thermo?
I don't know.
Oh, I get one.
I think I have more stuff over here I can get to. There's the monkey paw. There's this. There's this. There's a spirit box. Give me this. Where are you? Are you here?
From behind.
It's from behind. Freezing. We have
Yep.
orbs. We have freezing, and we have spirit box. So if we ultraviolet shit, it's either Onryo or Mimic. That's unfortunate.
Wait, we can, no. It's in a tent, so we can
We can what? What up, Kicks? Ben, hello. How are you? Thank you for the follows, friends. What did you say that we could do? Oh,
Use the candle.
Roger that.
Testing for Unreal right now.
Do you need more?
I've got 2 candles.
Okay, has it blown it out at all yet?
It has not.
Okay. Here, I brought more candles for you. Okay. Where did I drop that light? Ah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Huh?
Oh, thank God.
Why does it seem less scary when you watch someone else play? Because you're not in the driver's seat. That's why. It's like when you're in the passenger seat of the car instead of being the driver. A lot more pressure.
They were all out when that went off. I ran out of matches.
Oh, wow, bro. Oh, we have no more cruci burns.
Nope. So it's, well, if we get a hit.
It's not Wiener Wednesday. It's Sunday, you animals.
Looks like I got 3 matches left.
Oh, you do? Now you have more.
Yeah.
Oh, now,
Nice.
oh, I think I threw it down. Yeah, that's right there on top of the book.
That's 1, 2.
Risking our lives here.
I'm out of matches. Yep.
Hey,
Are you gonna hunt us? Are you a stinky Onryo?
ow, ow, my little fingies.
Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta be careful. You
Yeah,
gotta
the
be
match
careful.
went all the way
This is
down. Gotta be
fire.
careful. Passenger car use my imaginary brakes so much. Oh, I do too. My wife, love her to death.
still here.
She's definitely one that oh, I can't light this. Hello? Where's the matchbook? Hello? Do you have it?
No?
What?
Mine's empty. It's right
Oh
there.
God. What is happening? There
I
we
don't
go.
know.
I'm just gonna use that one to light it. I'll use the candles to light each other.
Yeah. That's annoying.
I thought you couldn't light the firelight on the ground for the
Oh,
Onryo.
it's out?
No. So what we're doing right now. Oh yeah, it
It's
just
out?
blew that out
Oh,
twice.
that's an Onryo.
Twice. Yep.
Let's roll.
Yay. Yay.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Someone was mentioning, they were like, but I thought you couldn't do the Onryo test on the ground. It's like, well, that we're not going for the ability. We're just trying to stop it from hunting by lighting candles.
Yep.
Yep.
I need a
And-
minute, sir. I need a minute.
Yeah, do your
I'll
thing,
push
chicken
the
wing. Yeah. Very nice. That should not, if it's a mimic, that means it was mimicking an Onryo, and that is mean and crude, and this game can stuff it. Damn right.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Damn right. Hell yeah. That means that was 3 up and 3 down. That first game was woof because the sound is so tough. So it's up to you whether you want to do this during the event or wait for the event to be done. But there we go. All finished. Weekly is done. Awesome. Ads are coming soon, by the way. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. They are on the way. I might even start them like now-ish, just in case. Yeah, we're playing with Mr. Mighty Chingus, for those of you that are a little bit confused. Mr. Mighty Chingus. Run them now? Yeah, let's do it. All right, I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way there's no pre-rolls. So if you're on the Twitch side and you're not subbed and you don't have turbo, I try my best to do them here. I'm playing with someone else, so it's tough, but I'm gonna go ahead and do them now, okay? So you're not gonna miss much. You might miss a setup or something, but that's it. Yeah, we'll do that now. Okay, cool. Groovy. Awesome. Sounds like a good time for a snack. Hell yeah. It did, Bomber. It's working for me now. It was just the one stream where I couldn't see when ads were going and when they were going, when I can play them and all that stuff. It's fine now. It was just then. 2 collabs with 3 people in one day. I know. Just by chance, man. Timing works out sometimes. Tonight, I might not even be live that long. We'll see. But we at least did the weekly today.
All right. Sorry. Mr. Tater Chip had to stop in and say hi.
That
Yeah.
crispy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Hey, Shazza, I'm
he
doing
fried
well.
his happy little ass right up in the
Yeah.
up in there, man. Dropped the whole top.
Fried his
on it.
happy little ass. Mr. Tater. You hear what
Fried
he's
his
saying to
happy
you?
little ass.
He said you have a little ass. All right, challenge mode complete, sir. Well done.
Yeah.
I'm drinking
yeah,
this Mountain Dew. I haven't had one of these in
I think
forever.
we go back to.
Man, that brings back memories. Holy night. That tastes like Taco Bell. I want snacks, but I need them for my Lord of the Ring marathon. Oh, go get more then. Gotta wipe my glasses off. This one is regular. I normally do
Yeah,
0
things
sugar
happening
drinks.
right now, so I have about a minute left on it. It snuck up on me.
Hey, guess what? I have a minute left on
Yeah?
mine.
Oh, it's almost like we're in sync.
Oh, my
goodness.
God. We're not backstreet. What? I hate it here. The only drink I normally put sugar in is my coffee. I will put sugar in that, or normally
Yeah,
I don't even
this
use
doll
real
looks like
sugar.
your wife. There you go.
Did you say this doll looks like my wife?
Kind of does.
I am going to make sure to show her this.
You should. Tell her I made it for her. Maybe she'll put it on the fridge. And
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and be like, now I want you to pick the
she
doll
proud
that
of
looks
me?
like Chinggis.
oh, no. Clearly.
Clearly,
old
it's
man.
clearly it's Grandpa over here. Fake sugar triggers migraines for me. Really? Ooh, interesting. That is not a trigger for me.
I mean, we all know this is FlashForce.
Yeah, that's
right?
not a trigger for me.
Yeah, we get FlashForce.
Oh my God. He's lining everything. He's playing dolls.
Then we get Mrs. FlashForce. yeah. Yeah. And then
Oh,
we
devil,
get-
but I have plenty of other
we've got
triggers.
Izzy,
Oh, look at her. All right, where's the
and-
others?
And we got the puppy.
Well, there's JoJo. There's Josie.
Well, where are the boys at?
Yep. You choose. You choose.
Okay, well, we all know that one of them's a troublemaker.
All right. There's
And,
Landon. Where's Alex?
Let's see here.
Drink more
Alex
diet than I'm willing to admit.
is
I drink, my main soda
I don't know.
is Sprite Zero.
No.
Because I like my carbonations.
He gets to be a bird.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was playing basketball with him earlier today, and he wanted to do one-on-one. So we're doing one-on-one, and I kept trying to like psych him. I kept trying to psych him out and stuff. And I told him you could call me the Falcon. And he's like, he's dribbling. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm the Falcon. I'm here to fly. Let's go. Just chasing him around the driveway, going, "Caca!"
That's awesome. My son doesn't have the desire to play any sports, dude. I have the basketball hoop on top of the garage and everything, man. And he is not interested in the least bit.
It happens. I mean, you find what they like. It's like Landon will,
video
he will
games.
play sports, but he doesn't
it.
choose them first.
My son is a shit talking gamer, and
3 to 4
he
pots a
messaged
day.
me last night trying to start a fight, just saying. Just because Mega Man is old does not mean he's as iconic as a platformer as you think. All he's trying to do is fight me on Mega Man. That's
Wow, dude.
it. Yeah.
Pepsi guy. That's good. I mean, I used to drink way
Okay,
too much
all
soda
right.
that was really awful for you.
So we have the custom. This
So
is
I got
the
better.
challenge custom you put down, which is pro, right?
Oh, the pro with no
evidence.
evidence. Right.
Pro with no evidence.
Yeah.
And our target
Give me
is
all
the
the
3 maps,
Yep.
which is going to be Tanglewood, Edgefield, and Ridgeview.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Hey, Swanky.
And
Coke Zero I used to drink more, but then I wanted to remove the sugar out of my drink. So that's when the caffeine. I wanted to get rid of the caffeine out of the drink. So that's why I switched over to Sprite Zero. Is he still talking? Ooh, Italian soda. Ew. Barks. I hate Barks root beer. A&W I enjoy. Barks. Ugh.
okay, sorry.
That's okay. I thought you just like all of a sudden just like I don't know, just passed out or something.
No, I got TTS and
Those mother
and things
effers.
there. Oh wait, I have a child in the room. Hold on.
Roger that. Hi, child. Are we joining forces against Bear? No, we're just getting some practice in. Doing some no evidence, perfect games. Mug root beer is good stuff. I do like mug. Sprite Zero tastes like chemicals. Excuse you? What do you normally drink? I saw the Sprite plus tea at the store and I thought the exact same thing. That sounds disgusting. I saw that too. Sounds gross. They all taste like chemicals. A diamond I would have to agree with. Yeah. Targeting Sprite Zero, you can watch your tongue. Sparkling ice. Okay. Ew. All root beer is gross? Nah. Barks is the only root beer I don't like. It's the only one. The root beer that they have at like Cracker Barrel. Oh, that's good stuff. Canada Dry ginger ale. Yeah. We even have you have Canada Dry, but then you also have like the different flavored ones. Those are good too.
Oh, sorry about that.
I've never ginger Sprite.
CJ has been auditioning for a singing group called Evolve,
Okay.
and for her school's chamber orchestra. And tonight, no,
The sugar-free drinks
no.
taste gross. That's
Wait,
fair.
wait, I'm being corrected. Hold on.
Say it right, Dad. If you drink a lot of
Evolve
sugar
is the
drink.
school's a cappella group,
Okay.
and chamber choir is college level choir.
Oh,
It's like
college
AP
level.
choir.
That's freaking
AP
cool.
choir, that. Okay.
So is the
And
mission to go into college continuing that?
are you planning to go into college to continue singing? Good, because I don't want to pay for an art degree anyway.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I say
Okay.
soda for the weekend. That's a good rule. That's a good rule. What are my thoughts on
She says she's gonna
sassafras?
major
I don't
in
have
forensic
thoughts.
Science and minor in music. She's gonna be Batman. She's gonna be the singing Batman.
She's singing Batman?
Singing Batman, yeah. Or Batgirl, should I say?
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I think get her to dress up as Batman and sing.
I mean,
That'd be
I'm down.
awesome.
I'm absolutely down.
Where's
The
Rachel?
downside is I think she's gonna have to finally give up violin for the first time.
Oh, man.
Because her electives are gonna, all of her electives are gonna have to go to choir now.
Oh, well, still,
Oh,
I mean,
God damn it! I'm getting corrected again. Hold on, hold on.
if she doesn't do it for like school, she should still do it just to do it, because that'd be cool just to get better with and continue learning. You just stock up coconut DP. What the hell's coconut Dr. Pepper? What? Yeah, the reason I switched up the way that I drink things
Sorry, I'm
is
getting
because
sued
of
out
headaches and
for
migraines.
spreading misinformation.
You should probably knock it
Okay.
off. What are you? Phasmo Reddit? Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better. Hey, get off, Mrs. Flash. You son of a bitch. You threw her across the table.
I'm sorry.
Blackberry
I'm
Doctor. I've
sorry.
heard about that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She's
There we go.
okay.
Dolly.
She's
That's okay.
okay.
Dahlia's here to correct all the wrongs. It's fine.
Okay, there we go. That's better. That's better.
Migraines are the worst.
So
I
sorry,
wouldn't
we
wish
just-
them
I
on
needed
anybody.
a break there for the
It's all good.
for the kiddo amazing.
Yes, of course.
Amazing things. Awesome
Always.
stuff.
All right.
Okay, strike wood, no evidence. Pro, no evidence.
Bro, no evidence. Perfect games.
Yes, yes.
All right. Let me change my title, friends. No evidence.
Map, it's so much quieter.
Perfect games with Mighty Grandpa. I mean, if he ever wants to, like, you know, change up his name, whatever he wants to do, I'm just saying. Hate him super bad. Yeah. Ah, Stacy Petit.
Casey's mom has got it going on right down into a blowy. Make sure to get lots of videos of this event as we investigate Stacy Pettit.
Roger that.
Oh, you're wearing shoulder pads. Oh, I see. You're ready for
I'm trying to look smacks, bro.
Yeah. The 80s.
Hey, do you have a
were very
hammer
proud of you.
nearby? Really use a jaw chiseling.
I can't. It's too legit to quit with that one.
Ugh. All right, let's go. No evidence.
Oh man.
Okay. Ready to rock?
Oh man. Did you just get a pop up?
No.
Okay.
What?
Somebody's trying to get us the tornado hunt. I'll give you 3 guesses who they think that person
No,
is.
I don't. Those don't push for me. Like, they don't push to whatever. If we decide to switch things up, listen, I'm down to whatever.
I want to do these. I want to do this. I need some more recordings
Need to practice?
for the tubes of you.
Okay.
All right, I'm going for power.
Hot Coke Zero
sir.
isn't that
I
bad.
have
No.
a camera too.
Roger that. Yeah, for me, it was just needing to not drink as much caffeine. So, like, obviously my coffee has caffeine in it, but with soda, it's like, I like getting my soda fix, but if I can do it without extra caffeine or sugar or anything like that, then I'm going to do it. And I'm glad I did, because it's honestly helped for me, but everybody's different. So just because me cutting out, I'm going to throw up.
Ow.
Hey, I have yet to see the doll move. Do the thing, you idiot. All right. Hey, honey bun, how are you?
That's so clear as day.
Oh, it's so loud and aggressive. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna go get Norm.
Where are
Norm, we don't forget about you. I'm doing good.
you? Where are you? How old are
Oh,
you?
sorry, Norm.
Are you friendly? Are
Yes.
you near?
Yes.
Are you far?
No.
How old are you?
I'd rather not say. Hey. Had a Wraith put the doll in the hallway. It was pretty creepy. I have yet to see that thing move. Has not happened yet. All right, we'll lay down some salt. We'll put a crucifix in there. Let's go. We need to do media too, but I want to make sure that we're safe. Make sure we're safe. What's your main source of caffeine? Coffee. Oh yeah, I'm not like a coffee snob, so like honestly, I can drink cheap coffee and be totally fine. But that's my main source of caffeine. Yeah, and then normally I will try to do a like sugar replacement, but I don't mind putting sugar in my coffee in the morning, and then that's most of the sugar that I have. Require caffeine to function through the day. That's fair. But see, I also have no problem drinking coffee and going to
We're
bed.
just gonna pretend I didn't do a whole bunch of spirit box work on no evidence. Okay.
Nope. I was letting you do your thing. You know, I didn't
No,
wanna...
no, I was in the zone, dude. Thank you for not interrupting me. There's no orbs, by the way.
Okay. All right. It walked in one thing assault, so we know it's not a Wraith, but waiting to see if it walks in the other.
Ooh.
Okay. It's also not a Gallo.
And I've got the video.
The reason we know that's because it
I
walked
got
in
the
one
video.
salt and over 3 seconds later walked in another one. No orbs for now. All right, let's get more stuff.
That's true. Those orbs.
I've had so much caffeine that it really doesn't do anything to me. I used to drink energy drinks like every day. I can't tell you the last time I had one. It's been a really long time. Okay. Got this. We got this. Let's do, I need to help with media. Let's do this. Let's bring another one of these in there. Tips for Phas player. Yeah. Understand where to hide. Have an escape route. Don't die. Goldo, thank you for the daily heart, me friend. What are you going? I'll go for audio if you're going for that.
Oh, I got.
Oh, hello, grandmama. You're
You got
such
the
a
audio
sweet
over?
hat. I got the
She's doing
recording.
Great. All right.
Got that too.
I got the video of that too.
Paranormal laughing, ghost event, fire extinguished. All right, audio's done.
All right, I've got fire extinguished, disturb, salt, and ghost.
All right, I'm gonna go find cursed object and bone and get pictures of both.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
I'm
Stay
gonna
in
go
the
get
light,
an
Carol
incense,
Ann.
okay?
Do I have a smudge on me? I do. Okay, good. Let's start over here. All right, no cards. No cards. SM, welcome in. How are you? Le paw. We have the monkey paw, sir.
Oh, 5 times.
I'm hoping to just see the bone in a very obvious place. Hopefully. Is it Frank? Ooh, I don't know. I don't think it was. You walked on the bone? Oh shit. No, it's not Frank. We have the voodoo. We have the voodoo doll. We have the monkey paw, and I found the bone. Okay. Now levitate Norm, and I will take a photo of him. Levitate him.
And I will videotape that shit.
You are
She's
going
not
to
in
lift
here right
Norm.
now, by the way.
What?
She has wandered out.
Tell her to come back.
Ghosty, come back, ooh.
Oh my.
Oh no, Grandma, I'm stuck on the rocking horse. I need your help. Please. Come kiss my boo-boos. That's hot.
All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go get more again. EMF photo cruci, yeah. Yeah, I would like to. Wait, do we only need 2 more? Ooh, I do only need 2 more. You're right. I could use the monkey paw and do this. Yeah. Let's make sure that she's in the room, though. Hey, how many more videos do you need? I got a flex on me, bro.
I haven't gotten. It's
Oh, okay,
not.
never mind.
It's not recording here. It's not recording motion sensor for me. See if you can get, and that'll be our last video. Vidya.
I see my breath out here. It's not recording the nope.
It's not doing it for you either.
No.
Oh, you see your breath out here now.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Chingus? That door just locked.
Yeah, I hear it hunting, sir.
What the hell?
Where the hell did it hunt from?
It sounded like it started in the basement.
I mean, it's right here.
Hey, I got the motion sensor.
Man, my sanity's pretty toast.
Okay, so it's up here, right?
Yeah. Why would it hunt from the basement?
Because it's angry. All right, eat the crucifix so I can take a picture, please. Well, again, the twins need to be on the same floor. Like, if you think it's twins, they're not across floors. It's one ghost with multiple interaction ranges. It's not two ghosts. All right, eat the crucifix, please. Is it better to throw the cruci down or use F? It's up to you. If you know the range of the crucifix, you can throw it down. But the benefit of placing is you can see the range at which it's going to protect. Okay, that's great. Eat the crucifix.
Yeah. That was hot.
It's so good to see you. Eat the effing crucifix. What's up, Simply? How are you?
This flashlight's about ready
Ricky,
to run away.
hello.
There it goes.
Hi.
Wait for it. Oh,
Maybe this is
okay.
twins.
Ooh.
The interaction ranges are weird.
Ooh. I mean, that hunt did sound a little weird.
Mm-hmm. I'm good.
I'm waiting for this flashlight to break free.
Oh no, no!
Ma'am.
Oh, I switched
Ma'am.
off my photo camera. That's right, you had that photo anyway.
We already have a regular ghost photo,
Yep,
yeah.
that wouldn't have counted for
Good deal.
squat.
We only need one more photo.
Hunt, you heathen! No num-nums, no num-nums. No, no. Is it hunting from dining or was that the basement? I don't even know at this point. You're doing great, sweetie. Hey, let's go. What a sweethead.
Yay!
All right, there's photos, videos, audios. Now we just need to figure out what it is.
And optionals are done. Yep,
All the
yep,
things.
yep,
It's
yep.
literally just figuring it out at this point.
Oh, okay. I want to pick up this crucifix.
Yeah. Ooh, lockers are open. You just play this game? That's cool. Was that? Yeah, that's a no Cormos event. That's correct. Now the ghost is a weird. It just ate my crucifix, that son of a bitch. Yeah, that was me. It was me, the ghost. Hey, let me know when it's hunting if you're safe.
It's touching stuff in the kitchen, sir.
Yeah, it ate my crucifix in the garage.
Touching stuff in the kitchen again, sir.
Touch it back. I should hear it hunting. If it's above us. Mimic? I don't think so. I think we might be dealing with twins. Or but the stalking ghosts do not hunt at that speed. It just wants a hug, then you give it a hug. What's up, Collar? Welcome in, dude. Francesco, welcome in. Hello. That sounds really slow. Is that no bombo? I'm a little torn, sir.
I'm thinking, ma'am. Ooh.
Hello.
Photo? I don't have a camera.
She's here for you. She wants your sweet kisses.
I'm down. I'm absolutely down. She's already in my age range.
Ah, touche. What's up, Demi Wolf? Hello, how are you? What's up, Jay? Now, what I'm thinking right now, so we can get rid of all normal speed ghosts. All normies without line of sight are gone. Right? Now, between the Aswang and the Kormos, with the Aswang and the Kormos, one of them is a little bit slower. Finally caught it live instead of watching the old ones. What's up, dude? You can't play? That's unfortunate. You'll have another time. Could it be Thay slower? I don't think we've aged it that much. I don't think so. My problem is I always confuse the Aswang and the Kormos for which one is supposed to be slower. I always confuse it, but I think, yeah, I think it's the Aswang that's slower.
I don't know. That might be too slow to be the slow twin.
I know. I'm kind of back and forth between twins and Obombo.
I want to hear a faster hunt first.
I'd say probably not Hantu. Not a Raiju. It's not a Revi. Probably not a Mimic. I would love to hear the faster speed again.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for right now.
It's
I don't know
slower.
where you're
Our
at, but
sanity's
I'm totally
tanked. That thing
better.
would be flooring it. Dying. So Thay, twins, Hantu, Aswang. I don't think it's a Hantu. Faster. So, and by nature, because it's faster now, it's twins or Obombo. Yeah.
That was a faster.
Yeah, I think it's twins or Obombo.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check the board.
Okay.
Wonder if we have any twin cards.
Hey, what's up, Benny? So, hold on. I'm going to go down here for a second. Hold, please. One cool thing with the cheat sheet is that you can see the hunt, the sanity at which they can hunt. And when you're looking at the twins and you're looking at the Obombo, twins are 50%, right? So twins are 50%. The Obombo is 65 or 10. Right now, our sanity's tanked. might take some sanity and try this again. Now with that though, hold on. Let me go back to the Obambo. Back to the Obambo. So it'll do the slow. If it hunts at a slow speed and we're above 10%, it's a twin. In the hunt duration, which is a little tricky. I want to try something. Hey, Wiki, thank you so much, man. So we're above 10%. If this ghost hunts and it hunts at the slow speed, this is twins. I'm going in, doing it again. You know what? Give me a backup smudge. F this. Hey, what's up, Justin? How are you? You thought Genghis was holding a paper cup? Oh. Fast. That's not helpful. Hey, Phasmo, thank you for the follow. Yee. What time on the watch? 1738. Good year. Good year. 1738. What ghost do I think it is? Oh, that's okay. Old man potty break happens. Hey, what's the collective sanity right now?
Well above 10%, sir.
Well above or like right above it?
It was like 16% when I was in the van, and I just took a pill just in case.
Ah, roger that, sir.
So you can see both of our sanities in on the watch now.
What time did I say?
So
1738?
we're about 25-30%.
Yeah, roger that. Fast again. Okay. What button to check for the watch? If you're on PC, it's right click. Like hold down right click. So this ghost has been the fast ghost since 1738. It might just be twins. You shut your mouth right now. Why does the hand twist like that? You know, we're just flexible. So we're still above 10%. Still above 10%. If this thing hunts it slow, again, you know, why don't you want to check the hunt duration of the Obambo? I mean, I could, but can you tell the difference? Phasmo changed so much. There's a lot. Arthritis. $27 for fast, 33 for slow. Could you tell which one was which for this one? No, it just doesn't want to hunt. Okay, this is cute. Uh-oh. Yeah, the cheat sheet for the Obambo. Yeah, the Obambo will change speeds every 2 minutes. My problem is that I'm having trouble hearing when the hunt starts. I could just go sit upstairs and try to time it. Here, let's try that.
I know you might have been thinking twins earlier. I'm kind of thinking Obambo right now, sir.
2104. I'll keep this out. "27 seconds. Yeah. I honestly need to do that more often. My problem is that I don't try to do that often enough. Yeah. No, that's a good point, Yeah. Hey, pretty sure there's an Obambo, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Something I always forget about, and like, I guess I just need to trust myself in looking at the watch and timing it, is that the Obambo's hunts are different. Like the actual hunt duration is different. Let me see if I can pull this
Oh,
up.
it's reduced by 20% when it's aggressive. That's right. I just had to look that up.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what? I don't think I've ever really gotten used to where the hunts are, right?
Where they are?
So-
What do you mean?
Like how long they take.
Oh
the
yeah, I
individual
never
hunt.
time
end
it
up
because you
playing
never
on
have to.
Nightmare or Pro
Right.
or extended
Hey, Bree.
hunts or not extended, and then it gets weird to time it.
Right.
So that one's gonna be harder for me. I was thinking Obambo just because it won't hunt and it's slow form, and we're well above 10%.
Yeah, if I go to the Obambo.
We either only are getting fast twin or it's an Obambo.
Let's see.
I'm willing to go Obambo. It's either a perfect game or a perfect failure.
Roger that, sir.
Wow.
Could wish for evidence with the Paul.
Activity boards that
Yeah.
look like that always make me question myself.
I know.
Yeah.
You just got to go with your gut, man.
Yeah, I'm going with it.
Yeah, perfect or nothing. Absolutely perfect or bust. You join up with the bear and be a perfect storm. Haha, I see what you did there.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh, a bomb. Oh.
Imagine Flash and Chingus being perfect. Imagine.
Yeah, so on a small map with the Obambo, if I remember this correctly, or read this correctly, the short hunt should be 27 seconds and the long one should be like 33. I think.
Yeah, that's what chat's telling me.
I think
30
so.
seconds normally, 27 when aggressive, 33 when calm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Do you need Sandy to use the Paul? You can wish for sanity using the Paul.
I know you're already above level 90, but
Yeah.
I do have tier 3 everythings if you want to pull your
Yeah.
gear.
Yes, sir.
I don't mind being gear daddy.
I absolutely can. There you are, sir. He's so funny.
Cool.
Yuck.
All right.
Small. The duration
Small,
changes
that
with
was
medium and
regular.
with
Let's go ahead.
large. Let's do it. The duration changes because the average hunt duration changes.
All right, we're here.
Yeah, I've just got to get used to it.
Equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the
All right,
investigation.
we'll let him do his thing while we take another swig of this.
Reports of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be
Works every
careful.
time, half the time. No, 60% of the time it works every time. Yes, sir. Yeah, and for the first minute, after a minute, it changes its state after you open the front door. So if you were to like open the front door and then start a timer,
Here, let's see here.
then you would know.
Michelle Cray Cray.
Cray cray.
Sheath so cray.
Baja Blast. Yeah, I haven't had one of these in forever.
Yeah, there's not even good ones here. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are investigating Michelle Cray. Michelle
Watches your
Cray
timer, but I've got to remember all that.
Reintroduced to the power of the crucifix.
And not to mention, I have to continue to
Make sure
pull this damn
push
thing
your
out.
Cleanliness away as you capture a video of Michelle Cray. Hey, I rhymed. Did you see that?
Oh, you did so good.
I'm
I'm
a
gonna
poet. and I
go
didn't
let this
know
ghost
it.
kill me. I'll lose my mind. You stupid shit. What the fuck is going on? Reports of light switching. Indeed, indeed. All right, no music box. I bring the EMF. Huge boner in the kitchen, sir. I also found the bone. If you'd like to take another photo, there's a
What
Ouija
do you
board.
want me? What do you want me to compliment Flash on? Okay, all right, all right.
Bathroom. Mom.
That channel point
Mom.
redeem is weird.
Mom,
and that
bathroom.
You want me to pass it on the
Mom,
okay.
bathroom.
Bathroom?
Oh, but it's not
in
that
the
cold
potty?
in here, though.
I know.
It might just be kitchen.
Ah, poopy water. Throwies.
Yeah, I think it's here. We haven't even turned the power on yet. What mode is this? It's professional, but like professional preset, and we turn off all the evidence. Yeah, pro preset, but we turn all the evidence off. Crucifix, and I'm gonna get motion sensors. Yeah, 88.
All right, hold on. Hold on. It was redeemed. You gotta deal with it. You know the drill. Mr.
Be in there
FlashForce,
or
you're a delightful, wonderful, enigmatic, supportable, and a delightful friend. Thank you for being you.
Did you just call me
There's your
supportable?
compliment. Supportable.
Do you have the crucifix on you?
Yes, sir, I do. Call me supportable.
Interesting.
It should be down now. I'm assuming it's bugged. Let's go find the power. Hey, it's Socio. How are you? All right, juice is loose. All right, we got juice, sir.
All right, we
Items
got
are
one
randomly
steppy.
disappearing. Let me check the temps.
Okay.
Hey, Queen, how are you? All right, 9 degrees in here. 7 in here?
None of these motion sensors are going off.
No, they're not. Hold. It's all day now, vibing nice. Games are going pretty good so far.
Interesting.
Is it like-
Interesting. Oh. Oh, we got window knockies right here.
Yeah, that's worrying me though. You want to know why that's worrying? But you had it step there.
I don't know. Oh, more window knockies.
What the I have a thought, and I really hope it's not what I think it is. And if so, then it's really effed. Give me a smudge. Give me a lighter. 79, we're okay. I'm going to go check something.
Okay.
Did it just walk in the salt again?
It did with
Oh my God, Pamela. Woo! Oh, I was riding Pam.
All right, I got video and photo of her.
Okay.
Um,
Get along, little doggy. Okay.
all right, I got motion sense. I'm getting an incense.
So she's finally doing stuff. Groovy. Do I like when people play on VR? Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, we got all the photos.
Should I not like it when people play in VR?
We
What are
got
you
a
doing?
video
I was
of
just
this
going for a
YouTube
ride.
that is-
All right, I'm going to do audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You get kicked when you play VR. It probably has nothing to do with VR. It probably has to do with people waiting for specific people to join the lobby. Try to guess. Hello? How old are you? Goodbye. Not a year A, if that still is something we can count on.
I thought they were still broken.
It might be. Not the door farts. Ghosty,
Alright, we
Chingus wants a
actually have
scream.
5 degrees in the laundry room now.
Okay, so it's come out of hiding. Ghosty,
Kinda.
it's your birthday. Blow out the candle. Oh, she's singing for her birthday.
It's your
Hey.
birthday. Aw. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
No, it's my birthday, Matt.
Yay!
Oh, you didn't even finish the song. Perfect
What a
runs,
bummer.
yeah. We are indeed. All right, so that's all the audio, sir. We need one video. Fire extinguisher, motion sensitive, serve salt, ghost, crucifix, repel.
Oh, you said one video?
We need one more video, yeah.
Why didn't that count? That just got picked up and elevated. Oh well. Here. Marco. Goodbye.
Hey, certified nerd, welcome in. Melissa, thank
Got
you for
it.
the heart me. All right, so that's all the audio. Now we just need to figure out what the hell this thing is.
Well, there's the third blowy. We know what it's not.
Yeah, we have no other lit fires on the map, not that I'm aware of.
All right, let's see here. Not a Wraith. Not a Gallo. Not an Onryo.
Hmm.
Not a Phantom. That's it, dude.
So we said no
That's-
Wraith. We said no Galu.
Not a Mimic. No Orbs.
Okay. Saying probably not a Ure. How do we know it's not a Galu? Because it's walked in multiple
Sometimes.
things of salt over over a long enough time.
No Orbs.
He has no feet. 0 feet. Busy life, my dude. Oh my god. We won't tell him. Yeah. Yeah, you teabag that goat. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Ooh. Oh,
Hey, Chingus, I'm just going to take a seat on the counter if you don't mind.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You're doing great. just take a load off. I got this.
Thank you.
I got this.
All right, I'll wait here. Got my... Here, back yourself into the corner of that.
I'm just chilling.
It looks extra
I
fun
just
when you...
see
It
it.
looks like you have no feet.
Oh, I can. Okay. Like doing the pee-pee dance over here.
Yeah, you can do the PB dance all you want. Tell you what, the ghost is not being freaking active, dude.
Oh god, I was stuck for a minute. Oh dear. Okay, I was good now.
What the hell? I want to do a St. Jude donut for my birthday. You'll have to do it directly, Matthew. You'll have to do it directly because the Tiltify campaign was closed earlier today. I thought Ghost to stop crapping in the sink. Balls. Okay, give me stuff.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
What's that?
So the Urei stop slamming doors because they're working on their anger. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
A lot of sense.
No, it's not my birthday.
Let's see. Our sanity is pretty damn good. You're at about 50 and dropping.
Yeah.
And I'm at like 75.
See you, Mitch. Have a good one. Ada, thank you for the 14-month Prime.
Well, wait a second, sir. Hold that.
Uh-huh. Is this a shade?
Oh, you're not holding a lantern anymore.
No.
Oh,
Or
you're
did I hear it do
saying
Ringy
it's
Roses
going down.
earlier?
I don't know. Did you? You said it was singing.
Well, yeah, but
I didn't
it
hear
evented
that.
on you.
I don't remember if that was ring around the rosies or not. Why?
That- Because if it was, then it can't be a shade.
Oh. Hey, chat. Was that ring around the rosies?
I think it was.
Hold on. We have people who can help us here.
People with memories. Hey, Super
That's
Unicorn.
definitely not me.
I'm pretty sure that she was singing Ring Around the Roses when I took her for a ride. How much was the ending number for St. Jude? It was a little over
You rode
25,000.
her around the rosies?
Well, no, she was just she was basically like a theme park ride. So I got on. I don't know.
Jesus Christ, man.
No, is that not? No, we're not supposed to do that.
That's fine. Ew, there's ants. Ew.
Dude, we're gonna have to make this thing hunt. There's no information to be had.
Let's see here. How old are you?
I think it's 7. Which
How
is really
old are you?
unfortunate.
Okay.
We'll just pretend 77 after the comments we just made. Dude. That was me. That was you. Nope. That was me. That was you.
That was me. Yeah. How did you die?
Oh no.
Oh, she drowned? That's
Yeah. Unfortunato.
Do you like beards? She likes beards.
Let's go.
How
It's a
is
friendly
it?
ghost. Except for that ghost fart.
Goodbye.
Ooh, spicy. Possible mayor. Yeah.
I'm gonna say we're above. I don't know if we're above 30.
Nothing.
Okay, we are not above 30% and we got our first hunt.
I have not tried the librarian game. No, not yet. Let's wait here. All right, Smudge is at the ready. Yeah, Sandy's tanked. Do you have any evidence to go off of? No, because it's a no evidence run. We're not going to get any. We ain't gonna get none. How'd she drown in a house? There's plenty of ways. The house could have flooded. What do we know? I got fart balled. That sounds slow. My God, is this a Hantu? It sounds really, really slow.
Sir, are you there?
I am. That sounded slow AF. burn cruci again. You're not here. Let's go over here. I'm waiting for the next hunt. Revenant? No. It's too fast for Revenant. No shot. Age they? We'll see.
You feeling dying like I am?
No. Hear that speed change? That should have landed. Should have landed.
I think that is that a die-in?
I think that is a Hantu.
Oh, really?
It wasn't speeding up in line of sight. That ghost was following me around the couch the entire time.
Oh.
Goryo nailed it. First try. Now we could be extra sure and just kick that power off before it hunts again.
Yeah.
Just to be sure.
We do need to repel it with incense.
Okay.
So that works.
While it's chasing, which I did not do. Put that there. I'm going to get the other flashlight for more light. I'm very well aware that Hantu is slower in warm areas. I know. I've played before. Maybe once, maybe twice. I'm not really too sure, though.
Oh, it's just going to turn the power off on its own. That's
See,
fine.
Ghosty knows.
Yeah.
Try my luck. I'm going to try my luck right here. There we go. You're a casual member. I know. I know. Just started today. I'm a newbie. I'm going to wait over here and hopefully not die.
Good luck. I'm in the living room. I'm gonna try not to die too.
That's hot.
Actually, it's getting colder.
Touche. Oh, you're new? Ghosts love hugs. You should try it. I think it offered me tea.
Have some tea just from me.
There's that stank breath. Run, Genghis, run. Run, Genghis, run. Nice. Good little confirmation.
Yep, definitely on to.
I dig. I dig. You turn off the power, you can see the Hantu
GG.
breath. Nicely done, sir.
Nice. Nice.
Yep. Let's rock. What's up, Gray? Lovely. Way to go. Good job. Yes, sirree.
Yeah, have 5.
Oh my God. Ow. The ghosty needs that. Oh, some toothpaste and toothbrush. Yeah.
Welcome back. I've prepared
Nice.
some jobs for you.
Perfect again.
Let's see here.
Love it.
19 minutes. 80 interactions. 1 favorite room change. No abilities. 5 events. 3 hunts.
Yes, sir.
All right. My timer says it's time to do the ting. The ad ting.
Oh yeah, we can do
You
the
ready to
ting.
do the ting?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we can do the ting.
All right.
All right, we're gonna do the ting.
All right, we're doing 3 minutes of ads. We're going to go ahead and do it now. We're trying to time it with Mr. Chinggis so it happens at the same time. Okay? So I'm running ads. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't stress. Don't stress. We're not going anywhere without you. There we go. Are you planning to stop at 21? I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. We'll see what happens. I mean, they might add ways or different things that can be beneficial for us to upgrade, get ID cards, whatever it may be. I don't know. But
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
why are you the way you are?
Something had shifted. The investigators saw immediately.
I can't escape it.
Ghost hunting contracts for
It's in my
GHD are
head.
always strange, but this was something else. Beyond the obvious change in the room, the television sets, the chalk drawings, there
Why
was
are you
something
this
more
way?
subtle. There was a growing number of ghost hunters who had picked up the contract. Unfazed, they had purged the Phasmophobia by Alan Wake. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
But see, I only recently learned that each one of these pages is
A darker
interactable
place
Yes.
seeping
and then
into this
kicks
place,
more off.
casting a shadow
Or-
I
over
didn't realize that.
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
Oh,
The investigators scanned the room with the UV
You
light.
could do.
As foretold on the page, an uneven spiral of words emerged, glowing in the violet dimness. Phasmophobia
Glowing in the
by Alan Wake.
That was really that story.
No, too bad. I cut it off. It's mine. I do what I want.
This
Once,
is longer.
the handcrafted dolls had
Once.
served another purpose and been involved in a case
Ooh.
conducted by Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
And this story is really weird. It's all cut up and strange.
The investigator
It
had
is.
done well.
It's like bad
Protected
editing
their
on
own.
TikTok.
And with that, they had come to stand on the brink of the fathomless darkness
Oh,
of
really?
another
Read this
mystery.
one.
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
You know what? Which one's FlashForce? Which one did we say is FlashForce?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, which doll I am? Get paged on.
Yeah.
Hey,
we're
Mr.
doing
T,
this
what's up,
guy.
dude?
Yeah.
Voice bugs on your ability only working if
Oh, it's not
you're
like a
holding the
voice bug.
firelight when you light it, not being able to get a sound on the burnt crucifix. Are they aware of the general bug with the sound recorder not recording half the time? I can only hope and assume. I can
that was-
only hope.
Mine only just started running.
Wow.
That
Okay.
was
Well,
really
mine are
weird.
almost done.
I know. I know. This sucks.
Did you manually hit it or did you wait for them to play themselves?
No, they were going right there, and I looked over and I hit it, and it wasn't doing anything. So I hit it, and then it wasn't doing anything, and then I hit it, and it was doing something. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
My ad manager has been screwed up lately.
Mine
man.
was
I
just
don't
the
know
one
what
day. The
deal
one day
is.
was effed, and then ever since it's been perfectly fine for me.
Okay. Well, mine was definitely effed there for a while, but
The investigators
Perhaps.
scanned the room with the UV
God damn
light.
it.
yes.
As foretold on the page, an uneven spiral. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
God damn it!
Not while I'm here. Hey Wraith, how are you? Good to see you. Gray,
I
I'm
didn't even
good.
know that it played for all of us. That's a funny thing.
Yeah, I know, and you can't stop it.
The
like
amount
there's
of
nothing you can
basic
do
in the
except
game
what I
right
just
now.
did. That's the only way
Yeah,
to stop it.
Phasmophobia
By Alan Wake. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
All right. Fridge view.
All right, let's do the things. Okay, same deal. Perfect. No evidence. Let's rock. He's still missing feet.
Ellie Lewis. We've had all female ghosts this
Yeah.
whole time, but it's so nice outside of Ridgeview. Motion sensor, blowies, and oomph.
Oomph. Okay.
Oomph.
All right. I'm doing audio recorder,
Okay.
flashlight, and thermo.
I'm doing flashlight.
Call it fridge view. Yeah, we call it fridge view because the hiding spot next to the fridge. Yeah. And I'll wake up. And I know I want to be. Ooh, we got a mirror.
I wanna be the man who wakes up next to you.
When I go
when
out,
I haver, whatever that means.
I see a bird and a bear.
Dude. Oh. Oh, you did the thing.
I did the thing. Save us some time. Where's the bird and the bear? Bird, bear, found you. It's here.
Oh.
Get that. Let's go. Let's go. Can you play Phasmo? You're pretty new. You're more than welcome to open the game and to play Phas. Yeah, no one's going to stop you. Yeah. No one's going to stop you at all, friend. You do you. I'm going to put this in there. I'm not worried about EMF. We need to track it. Yeah, let's do the things. Oh, unless someone specifically states that they have viewer games going, I wouldn't assume that someone's just doing viewer games. Yeah. Just side note, because there's going to be streams that you go into, especially if there's people new to stream. Mother efforts in the garage. And they're going to feel a really weird peer pressure whenever somebody's like, hey, can I play? Can I play? Can I play? Yeah, no, you're good. You're fine. It's a female ghost star. Yeah. It's a female ghost. And you can see the Hantu breath when you turn the power off. The juice is loose, sir.
Oh, very nice.
Hey, Honorable. Welcome in, friend. How was your stream? Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, that was down over here. Uh-oh. Whoa. Where's my motion sensor? Hello? There it is. There we go. Doing great, sweetie.
Thanks, you too.
Is it a recommended game if I'm new to all this? New to all what? Free from work until tomorrow night? Nice. Nice. He brought the firelight so I can get that. I'm gonna bring this and this. Is it a recommended game if you're new to ghost hunting games? Well, yeah. There's a lot of ghost hunting games. I would recommend trying them all until you find one you like. If you're interested in playing those kinds of games. If not, then it is what it is. There. Put this over
You
here.
got one blowy.
That's hot.
One motion sensor.
I'm gonna put this one over here.
But no salt yet. Although my salt placement could be better. Ew!
I'm gonna throw up.
That's frozen.
Do I prefer UV a tier 2 or 3? I usually go 3 because it's stronger. A lot of people like 2. Okay, salt. Okay. Oh, more salt. Okay.
Oh, and none of them recorded because the motion sensor interrupted it.
That's awesome.
Oh, I got that salt. That's okay. It's out here now.
Definitely not a Galoo.
It shouldn't be. The third one was more than 2 seconds, so not a Wraith, not a Galoo.
Ghosty. Oh, not a mare. Not a Wraith, not a mare. Ghosty, some sounds would be delectable. Hello? Hello? I don't want to go away from this because the second I open my book, it's going to do it. Where Chin gets his feet. Don't worry about his feet.
There you go.
There's one.
That was 2. I mean, let's find out.
You know what game's really good? Phasmo by Alan Wake. Song said, hey, you know what game is really good?
Oh,
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
By Alan Wake. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
Oh my god, you are so lame, Ghosty. Do the things, please. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I almost recorded that, son of a bitch. Do it again. I don't want to hold this down because if it blows the firelight out, I'm screwed. from it. Go in the corner. Now I hold record. I don't think I've ever actually recorded this stuffed animal going off. Yeah, he has no feet.
Right now.
That's correct.
It's out here hitting these.
That's correct.
Just walk down the hallway.
Well, tell her to come back.
Hey, come back!
Oh, here she comes.
Oh, she listened. Oh, she's staying in the hallway here, though.
Kind of made me a little mad, so I'm gonna watch something else. What happened? What? Was it you spamming caps and then them talking to you about it, and that made you mad? Did I read that correctly? He just floats. He's a wraith.
Slams a door.
I knew it. Who slams a door? Okay, Ghost is not coming back into this room. It's kind of done.
I'm going to grab an incense, yeah.
Okay. Someone can't handle being told what to do. God forbid. It's not funny. She just invited me into the bedroom and I don't feel good about it.
I'd go if I was you, sir. Your sanity is significantly lower than.
Did you see that asshole stuck in the wall? Did you see that? Did you see that? I would have gotten the event sound, except she was stuck in a wall.
Aww. I'm trying to get the oomph. We need a photo of the oomph.
Oh my god, it's why? It disappears so fast. My god. Ace, thank you so much for the gifted to not cross.
All
Thank
right,
you,
I got
dude.
the oomph.
That's my girl. I'm really not trying to miss the sound opportunities, and apparently it just doesn't give a shite.
Oh, she's being a butthole. Why is she over here again?
I don't know. Here, I'm gonna bring her this so I can get that sound. Maybe it'll do it again.
Ah.
Okay.
Up a smudge.
Hold on.
Oh.
What I get? What I get? What I get? Oh, can you delete the groaning, please? I had to go for it. Listen, I've gotten like 3 sounds in the past like 20 minutes.
No, I'm with you, sir. I'm with you.
Sound recording became so hard after the update. I know a lot of people have been having a lot of problems with it. God, I hope they fix it.
Oh, we need to find the.
Well, I can't
Oh,
record
my
that.
goodness. Yeah, that sucks.
That's definitely out of the question. I guess I could just try to get hunting audio.
I got the bone. It was in the bathroom.
Hey, nice. That'll save us some time. Soft, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Incoming sound in 3, 2, 1. Teddy bear. Shit. Prepping for another work week. I got you. Why? Why is it this way?
At least she hasn't flipped his head around backwards. She's just trying to line up.
We might just need to let it hunt and see what the speed is.
Yeah.
F it. Yeah, thank you. You look great. Want to go to work for me tomorrow? No, I don't want to go to my own. What do you mean?
She's still in that room according to this.
That mirror sounds like it's coming from another location.
All right, our combined sanity is below 10% now. This
Okay.
should be, we shouldn't have to break it.
Roger that. Oh, Does Twitch have a drop event for Phas? No, not right now.
Sir,
Yeah.
what have you done?
What? Is it all jacked up when I... Oh, it's falling through for you. Okay, I'll just hold it. I'll just hold. Here it comes. Wait,
Oh,
no?
it just did the giggles. It did the giggles.
Was that the giggles? Because it sounded like it did an event upstairs.
Fuck it. Sounds slow. That was dirty.
What the hell? That didn't count. Okay, wait, maybe that did right there. Okay, I got it. Pfft, so stupid. Okay.
Oh my god.
So, okay. It is definitely slow.
It is slow. For
Yeah.
sure. I couldn't really tell. It did like a little bit of line of sight, didn't it?
I think I wasn't paying too much attention because I really just wanted to record the sound.
I really wasn't easy. Yeah, I was
All
just focused on staying alive.
Okay.
I went for the photo and missed.
I've got a smudge on me, so we can have it hunt again and see what happens.
Okay.
All right. Are we just missing one photo?
Yep.
Okay.
You're doing. Yeah, that's right. You Superman fly, punch her right in the face. You're
That's
doing
right.
great.
Roar.
Yeah. You're
Roar.
a
Let's go.
The investigators. Let's do this.
Here, I brought some light. Go. Could this be an Obama number 5? It's definitely not a normie.
This is faster now.
Possible twinnage. Listen to those throws. Listen to those throws. I think it's twins. Do you hear how there's throws we can hear while it's on another floor? Got a feeling we have the twins, sir.
I was just wondering what was going on with that.
Yeah, the ghost was hunting on another floor and we could hear the
you
throws
think
down
about it,
here.
Yeah, and and we were having motion sensors hitting and weird things happening upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Hey, boss, how are you? Welcome in.
I
I'm
missed
thinking.
the photo, sir. Do you want to give it a shot?
I could try. This is not going to work.
She disappears right when I get to it.
All right. Well, here we go. I thought twins could only be on the same floor. They are. It's just that the range, something weird is happening where the range is able to reach down here. Up as much. Up as much. Up as much. Here we go. Of course it's the fast one. Well, shit. Got it. Got it. Having nailed it. how we do it right there. Off to bed. Good night, Pixel Princess. Have a good one. Get booked on. Did you reach the goal? We reached, yeah, we passed $25,000 for the month for St. Jude.
You know what?
What?
Talk to the spine.
Oh, don't you reverse book me. Hey. I'm willing to go with twins on that and say I don't think that that's a
With
bumbo.
you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah. I've already got him circled.
Same.
It's either a perfect game or a perfect bust.
I'm cool with it.
Let's go.
By the way, your feet have been missing this entire time we've played.
Who needs feet, sir? Who needs feet? Hopefully that's not foreshadowing.
I don't know. He's accepted it at this point, which is fine.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs.
Lovely.
No doubt in my mind.
Let's go. Those throws were giving it away. Thank God.
Ripple perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta love it. New question. Why tier 2 incense over tier 3? Tier 3, the ghost will stop in its place, and I don't want to do that. I want the ghost to keep moving and get the hell away from me. So tier 3 would, if it came to my hiding spot and I tier 3
man,
smudged, it'd be right there.
Fun runs.
Sir, yes, sir. Oh my God. Alice, have a good one. I'm just trying to go in weird positions now. Seeing if it'll make me sit up. Hello, Tommy. Yeah, you're welcome. Of course, friend, always. Hi, and yeah, I decided to go live again because why not? Because why not? Did they clean some stuff up? They did. They just need to clean up more. That's all. They have some more work to do. That's for sure. So we're just very hopeful that that's going to be coming very soon. Yeah. Blake, hello. Luna, good to see you. Hello. Hi, Karumba. Yeah. I'm hoping that we're going to have an update. I don't know, man. Hopefully after the Alan Wake stuff is over, that fixes a lot of shit.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Answer.
Do we keep going here? Or do we go bother the bearded man and do some nader chasing?
Listen, I'm not against doing some nader chasing just for a nice little change of pace.
I'm not against doing nader chasing either for a little.
You guys haven't seen me chase naders.
A little bit.
I'm down.
Let me hit the bearded man real quick. And
Okay.
find out if he's in a good spot. But because if he's not,
we will make him in a good spot.
Hold on. Yeah.
Jen, thank you for the 23 months for tier 2. Hopefully some of you higher tier peeps soon will get to post gifts in chat. That'd be freaking cool. I decided to go live again. Morning sickness was kicking my butt. Oh, Danielle, I hope you're feeling good. Nader chasing. Yeah, it's when you chase naders. Yeah. Who am I playing with? I am currently playing with Mighty Chinggis. Mighty _ Chinggis is his name. One of our homies from Midnight Society. One of my best peeps on all of Twitch for sure. Gonna have to make a Flash in a hot dog suit gif. We don't have to. There's no requirement. All right, Chinggis is currently reaching out to Mr. Baron. If he's down, we're gonna do a little bit of Outbreak, which I have yet to stream. I've played it a few times, so I know generally what I'm doing, but I've yet to actually stream it. We definitely have fun with it though, that's for sure. Come over this way. You can really chase naders. No. We want to do it just, we want to do it just in the game. No real life nader chasing. Yeah. No thanks. We pass. Have a good rest of the night. Thank you, Mark. What is Outbreak? Outbreak is a game where you're chasing tornadoes. Storm chasing. Yeah.
No. He's got a full crew and everything over there. Bastard. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up then. I should have looked first.
He's got a full crew? Well, F that guy then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. F that guy.
He's going to come in here and invite us and then get a full crew? All right, that's fine.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't even care, dude.
Yeah. No, I don't even care either. Let's, Willow Street, because no Phas Night's complete without a Willow Street, sir.
Roger that.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Want to be a storm chaser when I was younger. Still do, but that doesn't. Oh, see, I have zero interest in being an actual storm
Oh,
chaser.
we're waiting on me.
That's
I'm sitting
okay.
here staring at my own badge, looking for the check mark going, hello. Oh, Flash must be doing something.
Nope.
Wait
You.
a minute. Wait
Is
a
Outbreak
minute.
on console? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Was the last round the twins? It was.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before...
It was indeed. Hopefully we have something a little bit more interesting as a ghosty this time. Hopefully.
The reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it.
Living in the Midwest, the storm chasing is just a thing. Yeah.
All right, let's see here.
All right, let's do the things.
Good old classic Willow Street. Power's in the basement. No evidence. Nellie Anderson. Good old Nellie. Good old Nellie's
Nellie.
a dirty ghost. We're gonna get some cameras and some crucies and some incense.
You know what? We're bringing this.
All right. Photo camera.
Let's rock.
Video camera.
Your son wants to be a storm chaser. AF is a weather specialist. Oh, that's pretty freaking cool. I'm the sound guy. It's just a job that I have chosen. Live in Minnesota. Hey, Failed, how are you? What's happening? Doing some no evidence perfect games. We have a summoning circle. I might throw up.
Ew.
Had the shade 4 times. Ugh.
We do have the plywood hiding in the garage.
Roger that. I'm hoping just to get us. I'm hoping to walk around, then all of a sudden Ghosty just starts making a sound.
Yeah, that's the best way, isn't it?
That'd be great. Sound.
Oh, throwies right here.
Uh-huh. Hey, Bone.
Yeah.
Hey, chicken.
Did I really just walk by the bone?
It's
Oh
right.
my god. Oh my. Look, it's hidden. It's hidden. You'll never see it. Look,
You'll never
find
know.
it there.
Nobody's
They'll
gonna know.
never know. Nobody'll know.
All right, now the question is she
Is it
here?
in here or in the hall?
Yeah. That I don't know. Yes, feet. Oh, hey, your feet are back. Wasn't that just fun? All right. Let's do the things. All right, I'll return. I'm going to go get more stuff.
Yeah. I
Will
know.
they do a Scooby-Doo theme? I don't know. I'd say
We did have throwies in the kitchen.
I'd say the
Yeah, I
odds
think
are
we
probably not. Probably not. Play with my friends. We always want the cards because we will pull them and set. Oh, draw. Get a crucifix in there. Let's get motion. And, ooh, our sanity's dropping too. Ending time? No idea. I never have like a set ending time. It's always kind of open-ended. We never know if I need to end early or if I'm going to stream late because I can. It just depends. No, give me this. Got it. Wait, did I already have laughing? Oh, I did. It didn't record. Let's go. Okay. So it threw stuff in here, and
It did.
I almost accidentally recorded the same thing twice, but it didn't work, so that worked for me.
That's okay. That's beautiful. That's called skill, sir.
I take it.
I got the motion sensor.
Okay. Ghosty. An event would be cool. I would take that. Failed. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate you.
That was me turning the
Yeah,
light
you're
off,
good.
by the way.
Do I have a favorite ghost? I do. The Mimic is definitely my favorite.
I already got the object throw.
The Mimic is so unpredictable. That's why I like it so much.
Really hasn't done anything else.
I could go get more. I could go get more motion sensors. Oh, It's Shrew to mug. It's Shrew it.
Yep.
Ghosty. Toe's hungry. Got it. Okay. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you, friendo. All right. Let's get more stuff. Our sanity is probably tanking for no reason. Hey, we're at 55-ish, a little above sanity. Just a heads up. Actually, smudge. Just in case.
Shadow singing ghost event.
Roger that. This will stop it from spawning in here and spawning behind us.
I got the video and the photo of it.
That's hot. I'm going to put some salt down. We haven't done that yet. I hate getting the mimic because I feel like a fool if I get it wrong. It's just a good test of your abilities, you know? That's why I like it. I do have a smudge at the ready. We have a crucifix in this room, and we have a crucifix in that room.
I do. I have up his smudge here too, so
Okay.
I'm ready. Shadow ghost.
Grandmama.
Well, that was me.
That was also me.
Yep.
Granny. There we go. Stippies.
Oh!
Missed it. Here, I'll try.
What the hell was that?
Here, try again.
Well, the motion sensor.
It was my
keeps
least
trying to pick
favorite.
up the
It
motion
changes
sensor.
depending on the updates and what they screw up with the ghost. Hey, it did it again.
Oh, come on. It didn't
One more
even
chance.
prompt me
One more
for
chance.
it.
Here we go.
Let's go, ghost. I believe in you.
You got this. I believe. I believe. Do you need me to take over one of the medias or no? Or do you got this?
I just threw the photo
All
camera.
right, I got
down.
it. Hey, there. Did you
we
get that?
go.
Did you get that
There
salt?
we go. I
Yeah,
got that.
that
I got
boy.
salt.
All right, we have bone. We have shadow ghost. So I could go get cursed possession. Do we have an EMF in here? I could go get the
I
EMFer.
don't think we brought an EMF reader in.
Okay.
I'll bring an EMF reader in.
Hey, VT, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, so we have shadow ghost. Phasmo, we can safely assume you're asking me, friend. You don't have to say flash at the beginning of every sentence. Do I miss old Phaz? How old are we talking? Phantom? No, I took a picture and it didn't disappear. She chased me.
Yeah.
Rude
You
ass.
okay?
Oh, no way.
I was waiting for it.
Oh. That EMF lasted for 0.2 seconds. That was some bullshit.
That was
Beta?
Great. Do we have all the sound recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So
Like
one more
Phaz when it
video,
first released?
couple more
No,
photos.
this is so much better than when it first released. Ghosty. Hello.
Ghosty is a butthole.
Skeet up. Skeet up, butt up. I'm turning the light off, letting it throw something so I can get that EMF photo. Tarot? No. All right, new throw. Got it. Okay. EMF, ghost, bone, shadow ghost. I could go look for the cursed possession and pray I don't die. Did I look in here for Frank? Do I have a favorite ghost model? I can't say I do. Oh, the circle. Oh, yeah, you're right. See, I forget. Every time I see the cursed, I forget what it is. Every time. Yep, it was a circle. You're right. Difficulty, it's a no evidence run. Uh-oh. Oh, you threatened puke? Oh, that's right. I did threaten to puke. Are you a haunt too? Grandma. Do you want to go say hi to Ching? Oh, never mind. Isn't your favorite ghost model the guy with no pants? No.
Is that a Revy?
No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, she gave smooches. No, it was following me around. That's
she went fast.
That's got to be a haunt too. Well, because I think it went fast because it went in through where its room was, where it was colder. I think it's a haunt too.
You think Hantu?
I think so. We can get another hunt again.
Hantu, maybe?
It just kicked the juice. It just kicked the juice. Sister and I just played Ring Around the Rosie with a Moroi in the living room on Nightmare. Nice. That sounds like fun. Yeah. We could double check. I'm pretty sure it's another Hantu.
The thing we're missing is the prevent it from hunting with the crucifix.
Ah. Which I have a cruci in here. There we go. Look. Light up the looping spot. Hello. Oh, it turned on the stuff in the back bedroom? What the hell?
Yeah, I think it moved back there.
So the preset we're using, it's a custom. It is a professional preset. We just turn off the evidence. That's all. Hey, PSU, traveling to daughter's commencement. Oh my God. Hey, Wild West, good to see you. We saw the breath. We saw stank breath. It's for sure. Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Get booked on, nerd.
God damn it.
Definitely a Hantu.
Got me good. Still got to prevent the hunt.
Oh yeah, we do.
All right, let's try it like that. Hopefully that'll work.
Maybe. She's coming right in here now, though. She knows we're here.
Yeah, she knows. She can smell us.
Sorry,
Uh-huh.
for dinner.
Nice, it's done. That should be another perfect game. Yep, yep. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yep, we're done. Sweet. Nice.
GG's!
I dig.
Nice.
Another freaking Hantu, dude. What is with the ghosty repeats? What happened?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Nothing but perfect no evidence runs. Delicious.
And these perfect runs are like candy, dude.
Hey, Phil, what's
They
up,
really
dude?
Are.
like candy. What kind of candy?
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
God damn it.
Perfect.
That son of a bitch. I like how that one's different than those. It's the same footage though. Same exact footage. All right, sir. What's the plan?
I am checking right now.
Okay. Did you enjoy the Alan Wake scenarios? The scenarios? You mean like the Alan Wake event stuff in the game? Oh, the event itself was awesome. It just was too long. Yeah, if you play this game like on a normal basis and you have to go through this event, like the event maps over and over for like a month, it becomes too much. A bit too much. Start playing Alan Wake again after you saw the collaboration. I would like to go through the Alan Wake games. I would like to go through the first and the second game at some point. Whether it's on stream or off stream, I don't know. I'm not sure. Too long, too noisy. It's just, it's the too noisy part. It's the too much noise. I would agree. 100%. Too much noise. Way too much.
All right. Let's do.
What's up,
Fuck,
Divine?
You wanna go chase naders, just you and me then?
I'd be down to go. Sure.
We can 100% do that. I say we do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right.
All right. Let's go chase a nader or two. All right. Well, we're going to go chase a nader.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
All right. F it. All right. Chasing naders with Chinggis. There we go. What is my Spotify playlist? Do ! Playlist and you will get access to it. All right, let me load this game up. Oh, too much. There we go. All right, I'm going to stop things over on the talkie ticks for now, just because I know it's going to screw things up over on OBS. Okie dokie, friends, but we are still live. We're just doing a different game. Also, I'm going to end it on the tube as well. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. But we're still streaming. We're just on Twitch. Huge Nader fan. Huge Nader fan. All right. There it is. Air connecting to the... Okay, well, that was fun. I had a good time. All right, let's try that again. Outbreak. Play. As a wee lad, I would have been scared out of my mind of Outbreak. Why is that? Let's try this again. It's extremely dangerous. Yeah, early access. Let's go. What up, Kuja Cats? Hello. Oh my God. Welcome in, friends. Holy moly. Holy a moly. It's going to be a little bit overstimulating with some of the sounds with the game and everything. Lost Forever. Vi, hello. Laced. Welcome in. Hello. My God. Maybe Jennifer. Gamertag. Hello. Oh, hello. How's it going, friends? We just switched things up. I'm going to mute the music for now. We're just going to let the ambient noise take over. How's it going? How was stream? What'd you do? Yeah, we were just shifting over from doing Phasmo. We did the weekly, and then after doing the weekly, we just did some no evidence games. Yeah. Huge fear of tornadoes. Ooh, understood. I totally understand. Oh, there he is. Now, I have played this game a couple of times off stream, so I have a general idea of what to do. Maybe not the best idea of all the strats, but a general idea. So we'll see how it goes. But anyway, Minecart, thank you for the follow. Gamertag, thank you so much. Guardian, hello. Maybe Jennifer, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. If you guys have never seen me before, hi, my name's Flash. I do a lot of Phasmophobia. I'm an official Kinetic partner, but I also do other random horror games and also games like this, just out of nowhere, that are just honestly just fun friend games. So we're going to go chase some tornadoes down. It's a silly little game, but it's enjoyable. Oh, he was here and he's not here anymore. Well, that was fun. Try it again. Hey, there he is. Stream is good was the last day of charity streams for us. Had a fun time celebrating. Yeah, we did that. I wasn't expecting myself to stream tonight, so I thought earlier was the last stream. So we had closed off our St. Jude campaign earlier today. So yeah, it was the last one for us too. But I'm glad that it went so well for you. That's great. Good game. Yeah. Once we get in game, we'll be able to hear him. But for now, this is all we got. I live in the Midwest, so I went up to the 12th floor at work last week to see if I could see it. Oh my God. He knows that I'm a sucker for procs chat. He knows. Yeah, Brandy, just here. Yep, I was in multiple places, but we stopped them all, so I'm just here for now. Yeah. You still streaming tomorrow since you did the weekly today? Yep. I might even change it up and do some different games because drive-by yelling is so funny in this game. I might even do some different games because there's like a puzzle game I really wanted to try. Rats, I know. Well, I've played it a couple times. I just have never streamed it is all. So here we are, giving it a whirl. Not the library game, although I'm not against it. I've had many people coming in and ask me if I plan on playing that. I feel like the fear has decreased greatly. It was decreased enough where I can watch content around tornadoes without being scared like I used to, and it's 10-ish years ago. Now I feel like the fear is more of a respectful hesitance. I understand. It's like people with arachnophobia. You know what I mean? Ooh, we load. The volume should be pretty good. I might have to turn his voice even up a little bit. Fundraise for the 1510 Foundation, which helps dogs. If anyone has heard of, we rate dogs. It's the same org. It was fun. Glad your fundraising went well too. That's so cool, Kuja. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do St. Jude every May. Every May. It's gonna be May. Oh my. Where's Mr. Chinkus? Where's Mr. Chingus? Oh, is he still loading? Jesus Christ. Oh, what the shit? Hello?
Here.
Nader got him already? Oh no. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
That's a nice
Sir,
shaggin' wagon you got
Just
there.
stop glitching out and out of my vehicle.
What do you mean
please.
glitching out of your vehicle? You're the one. Look, what? Your name? You don't even have a name above your head. What the shit? I don't know if I try. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my God, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, I see your name now. That's good.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you. You can't hear me? I hear him just fine. Unit 91? Can he really not hear me? What is going on? Well, this is it. This is what we do. We just live here, friends.
sir. I can't hear you.
I don't know why you
hear
can't.
me?
I
You,
can
like,
hear you.
nod
Just
at me or something
asking
if
me
you hear
if
me?
I can hear you when I'm responding that I can hear you, but you can't hear me. It doesn't do us any good. Unit 91? Nothing. All right, well. What happened to Phasmo? It disappeared. Yeah, it went away. He's talking? Okay, yeah, I can't. He loaded in and he was bugging out like crazy. Okay, I'm going to step out of the car. He can't hear you either. I hear him perfectly fine.
Can you not hear me?
I hear you, you son of a bitch. I think it might be the lobby. Look, someone just disconnected. I think it might be this lobby. We need to redo it.
FlashForce!
Oh my God, I'm backing out. I swear to God. Quit to the desktop. Yep, get out. We're restarting the game. We're redoing it. Holy shit. Yelling my name 100 times when you can't hear me doesn't do us any good. You playing this with Chinggis and other people that are random? Yeah, the rest of the lobby is random. Yeah. That I saw someone disconnect. I'm wondering if that lobby was just effed. So we'll do another one. We're to a pizza place. I would ask if you can hear me. What's your favorite pizza topping? Because the hello, the game would go on and on. Oh yeah. I think someone had bad connection. I think so too. We'll do another. Is the whole game sitting in cars and looking at storms? Well, no. So think about what would you do if you were chasing storms? What would you do? Just put yourself in that scenario. What would you do? Group chase. Create your own party. Invite your friends. Invite friend. Chinggis. Let's try this. Drive the opposite direction. Perfect. You're going to crush this game. Do you want quick chase or weekly? Yeah, we'll do quick chase. Whatever. It's fine. Smack the F out of the tornado. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. All right, let's try this again. Almost 5 a.m. Extremely tired. Gonna go to sleep. Good night. So wrong. Have a good one. There he is. Let's try this again. Yeah, a private match is possible with 4+ players, which is interesting. Because Baron was asking us if we wanted to play, and then I think he was saying that he was full up. So I don't know how many people they have with them or not. Drive donuts around the tornado in the opposite direction. It's spinning. Ooh, let's go. You could hear me? Yes. The entire time. Oh. The game is called Outbreak. Yeah, the 3 times that I played this with Baron, I had 0 issues. Like, sorry, we had 0 issues hearing each other. None. None. Just running with break, yeah. So, like, if we had more of us, like me, Chinggis, Baron, Break, and more, like, we could have a private lobby with just us. Said that he was waiting at a gas station for you. I thought Chinggis said that he went in there to ask him if he wanted to play, and then Baron said that they're full up. Was there miscommunication? Is Chinggis just having a hard time understanding anything? I was in Texas 23. I was coming back for dinner, chow. We had a tornado hit on our walk back to the barracks. Holy shit. So they're in the middle of a game and we're starting one. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think it's miscommunication. Yeah, I should have gone in there to say something. Because if Baron was saying he was waiting for us, but Chinggis was like, well, they're full, then it has to be miscommunication. Oh my God. Holy hell. Okay. Now when Chinggis loads, because you notice how late he's loading in? Look. There. Oh, I see his name this time. Yeah, you better look at that map, boy.
Oh my. Can you hear me, sir?
Oh my God. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh my God, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? This is a him problem. Hello? Maybe it's a me problem. Hello? I'm like trying to get anybody to respond at this point. Check microphone settings. Maybe it's me. Oh my God, I think it did change. Why is it on voice mod? Default system device. Why did it change? Hold on. Chinggis?
Hey, I hear you.
Hey, so I realized what happened.
Yay. What'd you do?
It decided to take it off of default and put me on voice mod.
Oh my God.
I checked it. I was like, let me
Stupid
check the
voice
audio
mod.
real quick. Okay, well, anyway. So about those
Oh,
storms.
Jesus. Yeah, there's some to the south.
Okay, let me check the map.
Fine.
Which way is it going?
Looks like northwest.
Okay.
Based on the projections there.
Okay. Well, there's a team. Okay, yeah. I see where they're headed. We want to go south. Okay, are you driving?
I can drive if you want to navigate, or you
Sure,
can drive
sure.
and I navigate. I don't care either way.
I'm down. Let's ride. Meep, meep.
Man, who put this piece of shit black car right here?
Wow, dude, F you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's my sweet ride. So it looks like what these other teams are doing, which we can totally do too. Oh, wait. Hey,
Yeah,
stop.
yeah, what,
Stop.
What?
Turn around.
What's up? Okay.
Turn around right now.
Turn around.
Yes. Turn around. Go that way. We're making our first right.
Okay.
We got a hot spot.
Oh, nice.
Found a funnel. Yeah, make a right. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're driving into it. Look, they're turning around too. Ha ha! Ya boys with it. All right, we might need to be patient. We might need to make a left. Might need to make a
Right
left.
here?
Well, yes, because we want to get ahead of it, right?
A little bit, yeah. We want
Yeah.
to be able to track where it's going and,
Yeah.
and get our stuff down.
Yeah. As a meteorologist, I need this game. Yeah, we'll have to floor it this way. And there's a crossroad going north to south that we can probably hop on and get in front of this and drop our node. Our probe, whatever. Got us a
Alrighty.
nader. Oh, I see it back there. Is that the NATO?
I can't see much.
That's okay.
I'm just focused on driving.
That's okay.
This thing's got a lot of power. This little hatchback. This Hyundai.
Oh my God. What's funny is that there is some desync sometimes, so it looks like we're going way off road even though we're not. Yeah, everybody's coming this way. Yeah, a bunch of trendsetters up here. Woo! All right, they're going really fast. They must have a really fast car. We're topping out. We're going as fast as we can.
We can. I've got the pedal to the metal, my friend.
Is he on the right side of the road? That doesn't matter. Okay, there's a right
This
coming up.
road?
Yes, we need to get up there. We need to get up there. We're just going to have to off-road it, I think, to get
Up
up there.
there?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes. We want that in and around our life. Get the momentum. You can do this. We want to get to that road if we can. We're going to get stuck.
I got this. I got this.
You're doing great, kid. You're doing great. Okay. 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 Okay.
Why are we going that way? I don't.
Okay. Hey, there's a tornado warning in our area. How close? How close is it? Okay, we're okay right now, I think. Kind of. Okay. And then can you go? Oh boy, that's such a look how high that is. God damn. Oh yeah, the tornado will help us get unstuck. We'll be fine.
Oh yeah, that's true. It'll pick us right.
There we go. That's better. Gun it. Give it all she's got, Captain.
I am.
All right, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Get traction. Ah, there we go. There's the road. Nice. Okay. Now we're talking. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right.
Okay, where is it?
Let's look. Okay, it is. Oh, I can see the top. I can see the funnel. It's over that way.
It's over that way.
It's over that way. Oh no, it looks like it's gonna go back to the main road that we were on.
What the hell?
Well, we didn't expect it to make that turn, and it did. Go, yeah, go, go,
Okay,
go.
which way do we go?
Straight, and then we need
This
to
way?
get to straight. Yep. We want to get to that road, and then we want to if we can go back downhill to the main road we were on, and then go basically a left, if possible.
Left? I got
If
this.
we can.
Hold on.
Oh, I see her over there. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Woo! Don't fuck with the Hyundai.
I see her, Captain. Okay. Okay. I don't think we're far enough. Oh shit. Fuck it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Get in!
I'm fucking
Get
trying, but you were driving away. We're about to. You better back up. Or forward. Pick one. Just pick one. Oh my God. That person just got out of their car. Oh my God. How did
Oh
they
my
not
God.
get taken away?
I
How?
have no idea.
All right.
Holy
Did you get
shit.
your probe down?
I got a probe down.
So did
yeah.
I. Okay.
All right, awesome. I'm going back up to him.
Okay. They're doing donuts to celebrate. Where the hell are where are they?
Right here.
Too similar, my ass. Is that yours or mine?
This one's mine. Yours is across the street.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You got it.
All right, I'm going. Got it. I'm coming.
Moving right over top of mine.
All right, I'm
I
in.
got 0 meters and a score of 69.33.
I got 68.53. 11 meters.
Nice.
All right, there is another. That one might dissipate. There's a third to this. So we have. Oh my God, dude. There's 4 happening right now at once. Pick your poison. Do we want to try to go south to get one of those, to intercept one of those guys?
I don't know. Just pick a direction for us, sir.
All right, I'm looking.
You're navigator. You pick.
Okay.
I'm on it. It's adventure time. You're in charge.
Okay.
I'm just the driver.
Oh my God. Well, we're in a pickle because of where the tornadoes are heading. That's why I think they're also sort of like on this road trying to figure out which way they want to go. Oh, maybe we should just go to that one, the one they just reported. Unless that's the one we just did.
That's the same one.
Is that the same one we just did?
Yeah, they're duplicate reporting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could try to get the one that is a little bit more to the south. So we're not like, but there's another one to the north. Fuck. All right. No, F this. Floor it down this road and we're going to make a left. We're going north.
Okay. All right. On it.
I think that's the move. Because if we go down here and we head north, there's a crossroad that's sort of the same way that we were before, where it looks like it's probably having to go down the hill. We might be able to intercept it.
Okay. As long as it's not up a hill. We can't do uphill in the...
Right.
She doesn't have much torque, sir.
Okay. Well, we have 65% gas as well. I mean, we could go try to hit that gas station first.
Lead the way.
Let's just keep going straight. For street names? No,
Right.
it can't be official. Okay. I think it's storming. Just a little bit. You look great driving, by the way. Just a side note.
Thanks, man. I just, you know what? You make a perfect passenger princess. You're so pretty.
Thank you.
I
Aww.
feel special with you in my car.
Thank you. Do we have a? Do you have a code name?
I don't think so.
All right,
No.
we're gonna call you Buttery Biscuits.
You can make one up. Oh my. You
All
butter
right,
my
we're gonna be
biscuits anytime.
making. We need to make a left coming up here. Whatever the easiest way to do that is. Yep. See the? Yeah. Go left, cross street. Yep. Yes, sir. Chingus is 2 feet taller in this
Fuck
game.
a median.
Nah, F it. We're fine. So yeah, follow this guy. So you're going to make a left when you get the chance, and that'll take us to the gas station. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you.
On it.
I believe in you. Instead of taking the exit, this is so much better. Look how much better this is. This is so much better. Who's a pretty princess? Peachy, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah. So we'll go up here. We'll go to the gas station. So keep on going. I think it's the smart move. I think that's the best thing we can do.
Yeah. We're in the long haul. We're here for it.
Yeah. So when you get a chance to make a left, make that left and wrap around. It'll take you to the gas station. So keep on going. Keep her going. It should be at this light. Yes, sir. And then just follow the road, wrap around, and the gas station will be in front of you. Ooh,
Yep, I see it.
Look at that. Nader. Oh. Were you
I
looking
got
at the
distracted.
Were you looking at
It's
the
fine.
Nader?
It's fine. No, my guy was just decided he's not going to turn. He was all like,
Oh,
oh,
okay.
look, a nader.
Okay. What's up, Zach? All right, gas station right there. It's here.
Yep,
Do you know how to refill?
I do.
Okay. Might as well. We're at 50%. This is good. Ads at the gas station? Yeah. Look at that. We're just, look at that. Just
Fill her up.
looking at a Nader. Look at that.
Oh, I see it.
287? Sheesh. That ain't bad. Every photo you take will say photo too similar. Every single one
Yes,
you
it
take.
does. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Except for this one. It says no value. I'm so sorry, Jenkins. It was a picture of you.
Wow.
I'm so sorry.
Wow, game. Wow.
Okay. Yeah. This is the road we want. Take this one.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's coming to this road. I'm just
And there's
worried about
another
when.
gas station. Doing good, kid. You're doing good. Took a picture of the gas station price sign. Yeah, he did. You letting Chingus drive? Yes, he's doing good job. All right. So we got the Nader to the left.
Yep.
That looks like it's probably heading to where we're going. To this next gas station, basically at the intersection.
Let's watch it for a second.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Too similar. Eat my butt.
It said it's good.
It says good, but too similar. Wait a
It's
little or
good.
change position.
Oh, no. See, I can't tell if it's coming right for us.
From what I've heard, like people say, if you can't tell if it's coming to you or not, it's coming to you.
That works.
If that's true, because like I'm just looking at it real quick.
Yep.
It does not look like that funnel is going left or right. That thing looks like it isn't moving. It's moving towards
like
you.
The cloud's getting a little bigger too, sir.
I'm kind of thinking about planting a probe here. You thinking about it? It's looking like it's looks like it's
It's headed
coming
right for us.
Okay. You know what? I'll place mine down just a little
bit, going a little bit to the left there.
Okay. I'll place it here.
It's getting tinier.
Hopefully it doesn't
Looks like
dissipate.
it's
If
trying
it
to
dissipates
dissipate
in
on
front of us, I'm going to be... It is going away, isn't it? It's going away.
Yeah.
It's 100% about to disappear.
It turned and it's dissipating.
Ah, pick up our nodes. Or probe, whatever. Shut up. False alarm. Calvert, thank you for the prime. Jordan, thank you for the follow. Hello. Mother effer. All right, let's go find another one. F this
All
one.
right.
This one's stupid. There is another one. Maybe
Okay.
if we
All right.
keep going straight, just go to the intersection, get to the gas station there, and we can either hold there or make a left and try to go a little closer.
Okay. So hold at the gas station, really?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. It's hard to tell if some of these might be like just going away at this point. Nodes, probes, are there aliens? I hope so. I'll keep my eyes out. I'll keep my eyes peeled if we have anything coming up. Yeah. Break, did I see that you guys were also chasing naders? I was a little confused.
The car's wanting to like jerk around.
That sounds very private, sir. Baron only got me killed once. Aw. All right, I'm peeking. No, not right now. Let me check the map. What are the lightning bolts on the map? Lightning. No, that might be really all we get. Unless we try to get closer.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the little scanner. I know there's that's on the map that's headed this way, but I don't.
Right. That's why I was thinking maybe if we went down that road a little bit more, like the one that's sort of going west, like south, like go south a little bit, then west, maybe we'd get closer. Gas prices are steel. Aren't they good? Maybe worth a try. Oh no, key is disconnected. Aw, that's my friend. So yeah, go up here, make a left at the light. Make a Louis.
On it.
Let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Tornado warning in this area. What?
Nice. You see anything?
Nope. I definitely do not. I'm searching, sir. Oh.
I actually think we turn around based on the track of the storm.
You
We're headed
think
away
so?
from it.
But there's
Yeah.
multiple hot spots though, and there's one here that looks like it might be. Oh, maybe it is behind us. God damn it.
I'm
Yeah.
just judging based on how the sky looks because I'm driving.
Yeah, just
So,
drive
like-
towards the hell.
Yeah.
Just pick the thing in the sky that when you're driving like IRL and you look at it, you go, son of a bitch.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Could it be a rain-wrapped tornado? It could be. It said tornado in the area and we could see nothing. Yeah, I guess you keep going straight, yeah?
Well, not a tornado in the area, but yeah, we're gonna go straight.
Yeah.
It just said tornado warning.
Can you change from reflectivity to a velocity radar? That I do not know. Oh, maybe. Yes. Oh, what is the way to read this? Holy shit. Is this what we want right here? I didn't realize I could change that. All right, I'm still looking. Nothing yet, sir. An area of tight green indicates velocity towards the radar dish. Red indicates away. Real tornadoes, the whirlwind special. Okay. All right. Okay. Want the red into the pink because I believe pink means hail. I mean, we're headed right for like a hot pink spot.
Nice.
I don't know what that means. Your laptop hates this game. It's awful. It's awfully stormy. Right where the two colors meet, especially if it looks like a yin yang swirl, indicate the rotation. Okay. So where the two colors meet, you mean like
So
back
bad
here,
driving
right?
Through this right now.
So we want where the red and the green meet. Hey, pause yourself. Like this right here. Oh my god.
You pause.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I'm looking at the radar. Because I'm currently now learning about the velocity radar. Got sucked up in tornado. Oh, that happened to me too. I wish I could like ping this on the map for you. Is that possible? No? Maybe not.
Yeah, you can.
How?
You
How
should
do I
be able to.
how do I ping?
If you press Q, you also get like your winds, your barometric pressures, your
Oh my God, there's
scale,
so
your
much.
surface. Yeah, if you actually know weather.
If you
should
know
be
the
here,
readings for
so-
this stuff, you really can do it.
Oh yeah. So further down behind us is where the tornado, like we're in a tornado watch,
Yeah.
but we get like the tornado warning is behind us.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it looks like back there where Eastern Falls is where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we went back where we were going, make a left, go that loop-de-loop around there, and then continue going left, that should take us to it.
You said that loop-de-loop.
You heard me. I'll say it twice. Learn to be an amateur meteorologist playing this game? I guess so. Yeah, learn how to read the radar, understand patterns.
Let me know when I'm getting close to it. The little mini map while driving isn't that great.
No, it is pretty small. We'll have an update to the map in about 14 seconds as well. Follow the destruction. Radar station is in that empty hole, so the large transition sector between green and red is just where the winds pass the radar station. What you're looking for is what's called a velocity couplet. It's going to be coming up here in like a minute, maybe less. Small spot where you'll see green and red next to each other. Okay. You mean like this? And here it comes.
I see it. Go left?
Yeah. Yeah. So like down here, like obviously we see this and we're not worried about this touching this right here, right? We're worried about like this because there's a little bit of green with a little bit of red.
Look at this. Power slide. Yeah.
Wahoo! Correlation coefficient is useful to look at as well if you have it. I don't know if I do. This is what I got. Radar paints objects it sees in the air based on density. If you see a spot that's much different, typical blue, it can indicate debris in the air.
Registering us as off-road.
Why are you, what? Oh, because that's the road we're on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Doing great, sweetie. Hey, there's a tornado over there.
Oh, nice.
Spotted us a nader. So if I see the tornado there, I can look at these maps and it can give me a good indication of what it should look like, yeah? Because like this guy right here, look at this. And then if I change here, look at the winds. Yeah. Yeah. I want to get better at learning how to read
I
these.
don't see anything, just so you know.
Okay. You're doing great, sweetie.
Okay, I'm on it.
We might have a hard time catching this one. Because of where it's located and where it's headed, that might be the hard part. In-game radar allows players to pinpoint rotation, tornadic activity using their core map layers, velocity, and the reflectivity. Gotcha.
Uphill here. Little Bessie here struggling, man.
She's doing just fine.
Struggling.
I know. We don't listen. I only have so much money. I can't get off-road stuff. The same area will produce another further east and south if that one disappears. Ah, okay. Still doing great, sweetie. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We just kind of started shimmying and now we're off-roading
Little
again.
inspector here. So I'm trying to click around, or I'm trying to. Oh.
She might be getting stuck.
If I right click, I can.
I gotta use the traction force with the little wiggle wham wham. I'm gonna get us right out of this. You hear me?
Watching when maps during the storm season is something I like to do. Is just something to watch. That's pretty cool.
My little Honda friend here.
You're doing just fine. You just keep on doing you, okay, boo boo? Oh my God. What the hell is going on?
It will not move.
Are you seriously stuck? There you go. Give it hail.
That slip differential right there.
Yeah, that's right. Slip it. Wait, what? Oh, our chase ends in 5 minutes.
Oh man, they're kicking us off the server.
Oh
it's
man.
just us.
Come on. We were just getting good at this. Oh my God. You're doing great. They're probably like, listen, we turned off every tornado on the map. Get out of here.
We have to get to the gas station.
You're doing great, sweetie.
All right, which way do we go on this road to get to the closest
Make a
gas
left.
station?
Oh, F the gas station. Oh, what? You want to go to the... Oh, don't F it. There's a gas station to the left. Yeah. There's a gas station this way.
Okay. All right.
Reenacting a real story. I can't remember who it was, but they got stuck in a ditch while trying to turn around and leave a spot they were in. Oh my God. Are you going to make it there in 5 minutes?
Right here, sir.
What the hell? What is... Okay. Okay. We've done a 360. What has happened? Okay. We're still just doing 360s, huh?
I had to build up some momentum to get us back on this road right here.
Ah, all right.
All right, are we going the right direction? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Either way is the right direction. There's gas stations both
Okay,
ways.
All right, let's go.
This way has a possible nadir. Maybe. It's probably going to be gone by the time we get over there, but that's okay.
Listen, it's fine.
We try our best. Yeah, so I want to get good at reading this and understanding how to read the reflectivity and the velocity. Yeah, you just keep on trucking, you're good. That'll get us to the station. Just keep on going. So it will be when we have the opportunity to go right, we'll make the second right. Because we're going to be coming up to, you'll pass an intersection, go past, like go through that and make a right at the next one.
Okay.
You die in this game if you, so what happens? Well, you can get sucked up by a tornado and die. Absolutely. And if you do, that's it. Your round is over. You have to be careful of SpongeBob. I'm telling you, I think when they did chase ends in, they're like, yep, turn it off. All right, first one's coming. Go through it. It's this right. Coming up here. Yeah, because you notice how, like, we're not that far off of that, and it's not there. It's gone.
Alrighty, I see it.
Doing good, kid. You're doing good. There she is. Look at that. And we made it in time, too. Sheesh.
Oh, my God.
You died that way? Looking good. Now we're talking. Any naders?
All right, I have to take a quick bio break. You want to do another run?
We'll do it. I say we do one more.
Okay, I just need a quick bio break, and then I'll sync up with you.
All right.
All right.
Roger that. Let's leave that chase. Let's see how I did. We got 10K for that. Nice. We got 6,800 for the probe data, 2,200 for the chaser network. Very freaking nice. Love it. Save it. Absolutely. Save it. All right. We'll load up for the next one and we'll invite Chinggis and we'll wait for him. We'll wait for him. Game is realistic. Gas $8 a gallon. It said $2. It said 2 something. When was this game made? Back in 1984? It would be really funny if the gas prices in the game were reflective of how the gas pricing is right now. That would actually be pretty damn funny. All right. Play. Actually, wait a minute. I've got 41,000. I've got 41K. Okay, I like, it's like, do I save up for one of these guys maybe? Oh, the hammerhead looks sick. Look at that guy. Ooh, she purty. Oh, she purty. Dang, you rich. Oh, I ain't rich. I just got a couple dollars. Buy the red Dodge Ram. Do they have one that's like a Dodge Ram? So they got this crazy one that's like $1 million. Crazy shit. That guy. That one's kind of cool. I like the live Storm Chasers one. That's cool. It's 200K though. So it's going to take a little while to get to. That's a goddamn van. Vanguard, Altitude, Hammerhead. Yeah, I mean, I guess this would be the closest one. I don't have enough yet though. I got to wait till I got 50K. I think we're just going to save money. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. I'm going to save my money. All right. Play. Group chase. Chase. Create the party. Thank you, Mr. Alpha. The Dominator's an actual storm chasing vehicle, which is awesome. That's insane. Does free candy come with that van? You know, if it doesn't, I want a refund. I want a refund. Guessing you aren't able to upgrade vehicles. I don't know. I'm not sure. You might be able to. I didn't look into it too much because I had no money. So it's like, well, what the hell am I going to do? I can't do any of it. It would be fun to get a group of peeps on this. Because look, Private match possible with 4+ players. So with 4 of us, we should be able to literally have our own, which would be great. You can, but they're really expensive. Yeah, you just have to grind the game. That's really what it is. He said I made it to the toilet. Find this game, it looks awesome. I've played it a few times. I mean, with friends, it's definitely fun. Or oopsie, as they say. Couldn't help but notice how close we are. Wait, what? Saw the Dominator parked outside the bar I worked at once. Oh my God. Hey, Supa, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, dude. Dude, I haven't seen Twister in a really, really, really long time. Long time. I might have to add that to my list of VHSs to get to. It's fine. Wore my brown pants. Sweet. My green pants. Did you see the new one when it came out? No. No, not the newer one. The original one, many times. Many times over. Food. Both are on Netflix. Ooh, okay. I would definitely like to see the new one. The old one's classic. It's so good. I definitely want to see it. The new one's worth the watch. Would you compare it to the old one, or do you just keep them separate? Oh, shit. Oops. Anywho. Separate. Okay. Completely separate. Good deal. I'm okay with them making another movie about tornadoes and twisters. Both are good though. Sweet. Coffee shop on my campus is 70s themed. They have a small built-in VCR TV where they play random movies all day. That's freaking awesome. That is sick. We have I've got a little 13-inch CRT that I have up in our morning room. And basically that room is just for kids playing games or drawing, painting, or doing puzzles, whatever it may be. But I have a little CRT up there. So when we're hanging out in there, we can play old movies and just have them going while we're like just chit chatting, hanging out. She's doing a puzzle while I'm working on something, whatever it may be. Yeah. Anyone ever seen Green Lightning? No, what the hell is Green Lightning? I can watch the old one every night. I couldn't do that with the new one. See, that says something. It's just not the same. It's because the way that movies were made before were just different. It's just they were different. Oh my. If I wasn't a streamer, would I want to be a storm chaser? Well, I do have a day job. So streaming content is not my only job. It's not my only thing that I do. All right, where in the hell are we? We've already got some possible action. Okay. Been through a few tornadoes. We've had a few near us in Maryland. Willy Whacker. God. Oh, hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you? We're headed north for sure.
All right. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the shit? All right, let's do the things. All right, follow that Jeep. Yeah. Your uncle used to be a storm chaser? That's cool. See, that's pretty cool. All right. When we get to this T coming up, we're going to make a left. We're going to make a Louie.
Okay. Follow the Jeep. Got it.
Follow the Jeep. Oh no, Willy Whacker disconnected.
Perfectly planned.
Oh man.
Oh, not my Willy Whacker.
We're gonna head.
Wait, I said that weird.
Wait, I didn't put my. Oh, it's right there. We're headed there. I found out how to do it. R&R. Willy Whacker. We'll have to wait. We're gonna have to wait and see. Be a little patient where some possible naders are coming up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. What was that?
No, I'll just have to wait a little bit and see if anything starts to form. Right now, nothing. We're not close enough to anything. Getting a little wane though.
Just getting a little sprinkles. That's fine.
I like it. Got any music in this piece?
Hold on,
Why are your four-ways on?
sir. We're clearly a hazard on the road. Okay.
That's fair.
Oh, music. Okay. When I wake up, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
I love this song.
I don't remember the words.
When I go up. Average Joe, think of the 3 months, dude. Okay. I know I had the marker here, but obviously we don't see anything yet. It is getting a little stormy. We might coming up. I'll say we might want to hold coming up here.
Hold here.
Yeah. Holy power slide. See if we have anything happening. Why can't I get on your car? There we go. Okay. Need the Simpsons. I'm in danger. Yeah. We might have to go up here to the north and then head east.
Yeah. The cars are coming up on us fast.
Yeah. All right. Let's do the thing. Let's do it. If we have to turn around, we'll turn around. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
Still not sure how to read this. We'll get there. I'll get there eventually. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Right now, nothing is formed. Same brain.
No, sometimes great minds just think alike. You know that?
I had somebody in one of the games Bear and I played do that. I was like, could you do me a favor and just drive by screaming? And he did, and it was just so glorious. It was so
That's
funny.
awesome.
Rarest lightning colors that can exist is orange. Ooh. I'm watching to see if that southeast storm starts to get a hook. Okay. I'm gonna check again real fast.
Got some warning.
So you got, severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
We got thunders. No naders though. Map's gonna update here in a few seconds. Hello again, Sharon. How are you,
Alrighty.
friend? Okay. Man, nothing's really happening yet, huh? This will wrap around a little bit, and then at the intersection at the T, we could pause there.
Okay.
What's that thing in the bottom right of the screen? The thing in the bottom right? Oh, it's just information about the car and about
This
the
one right
little
here?
mini map. Yeah.
It was like, because we're headed towards sunlight.
I know. It's any closer to the steering of the wheel, he's gonna be able to taste it. Maybe he wants to taste it. Yeah, nothing's really forming yet.
So I like this little purple bit right here.
How's he typing? What is that?
Oh, you just press enter and it pulls up the chat.
Not sure.
Oh, it just went south.
So it went south?
Yeah, it shifted. All of the alerts shifted south.
Maybe we go to where that gas station is in Grassland Park. You see what I mean? Like if we just kept going straight on this road.
Okay.
Yeah. What are the yellow trapezoids? I think those are the warnings. Those are like the thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, it's warnings. Whether I'm assuming any kind of warning. The radar looks awful. Yeah. Look, we're being friendly. We're being friendly. You see that? We're being friends. Yellow is thunderstorm warning. Red is a tornado warning. Okay. Yeah, so the yellow shapes are the thunderstorm warnings, and the reds are the tornado. We have 0 tornado warnings at all anywhere. Yeah, and I've got nothing in our
I'm
sights.
sure which way there we go.
Being friendly. When in Rome, huh? I like it.
We get some
I like it.
About 60% when we pulled in. It's a good thing.
Roger that. Well, this is shitty. All right, one of the warnings has dissipated, which is now gone. Thunderstorm really crazy. Looks like you might have something for me in the northeast. There was a spot that had green and red together on its own. I wonder. You mean like over here near Northerndale? I wonder if we head that way. All the velocity is negative. Cap is mostly depleted. The wind is steady at all pressure.
The hell did that guy just say?
What the hell did you just call me?
What was them scientific words there?
I mean, I have a feeling, Mr. Chinggis. I have a feeling that we want to go over here.
Over where?
Northerndale. It's up north. Tornado warning? Wait, what? Ooh, we got a nader warning. Hey. Hey. We're literally right next to it. We're right next to it.
Yeah, we're going. That's why that guy took off. We're on it. We got a warning.
Funnel.
We're on our way. Nice.
There we go. Finally. Holy shit. It's about damn time.
There we
In a minute. Gonna need in a minute. All right. Yeah. Keep going on this road. Yeah. Oh, okay. You can't keep going on this road. What the hell? Why does it look like you? Oh, I see. We can't. Okay. We got to go around.
This is a 2x2 and then we go left.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just couldn't drive through that.
No, it looked like you could on the map. That was so confusing. Nader. Oh, even the sirens are going off.
The sirens?
It's right in front of us. Look, it's literally forming in front of our face.
I see it. I see it.
That was kind of cool. Oh, shit.
Oh, well, let's do this. Yeah, let's go.
We're so slow. We're never going to be able to make anything. Oh, my God. We should have stayed on the road. Yeah, go to the road. Go to the road. Go to the road.
I'm working on it. I see it up there.
You're doing great, sweetie. Here, cheese.
I forgot there wasn't a turn there.
You just went for it. Duke's a hazard. Can't take him anywhere. Oh.
We're going to miss the nader now just because I did.
Don't you say it just formed. If it goes away now.
No. We're just going to miss our opportunity to intercept it.
No, it's fine. Rafa. I was like, where the hell's that coming from? Oh, we're doing good. Hashtag Blue Moose.
Hell yeah, Blue Moose. Let's go.
I don't know.
I found the road.
All right. Well, the Nader's probably about to go across it.
It's fine. You can get good pictures.
There she is, Captain. There she is. Lord,
But the
I
road's
was
going the other way,
born a
sir.
rambling man. What? So we're gonna need to make, I assume, yeah, we have to make a left. But yeah, come up here and make a left.
Alrighty.
Doing the best I can. You know what? Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Do not make a left here.
Okay.
They're
the dirt
going. They're
road
going
coming
way
up
too.
here?
Oh, is it just a dirt road? Okay.
This is dirt road.
Fuck.
It's okay. We can take it. We can take it.
Go for it. Wish it was on sale. I'm not sure how much it is right now. Ew, so pretty. It's called Outbreak.
Look at that go.
Look at that. $35. Yeah, it's a little steep. I mean, it's a little steep, but it's definitely games with friends. I mean, it's priceless
How the fuck did they make that turn so clean?
because they're a hero in every language.
Clearly, the main character isn't us.
Lord, I was born a rambling man.
Oh, I'm going in a nader.
All right, we're doing good. We keep going straight. Big graphical update coming soon too. Oh, sweet. Now that I'm just getting into this game, that's awesome. I'm excited to hear that there's updates. Hey, careful, there's a nader.
Yep.
All right, let's see where it's trucking here.
It's getting ready to cross the road in front of us.
God damn it. All right, if it crosses the road and heads that way, there's no way to intercept it.
No.
We're just gonna have to take it head on.
I'm doing it.
Oh my
I'm
God.
doing it.
Oh my God. It's moving fast, man.
You got this.
Just keep on going straight. Oh. Can you get this on console? I don't think so. They might be thinking about console. I don't know. I haven't looked up their like dev previews or like any sort of like schedule or anything like that. I don't know. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Oh my God.
Too damn bad.
Literally right next to us. Hey, big guy. Yeah, just keep on going.
Great poupon.
You want to race? We're gonna try and get in front of it, huh? I like it.
I think we can. I think we can.
Okay, do we just go off? Do we have to go off-road? I think we got to go off-road. Oh, shit. We're not going to make it, not going to make it, not going to make it, it's way too far. Oh, man, this thing's going far. It's way too far.
Oh,
Look how
it's going
fast.
the other way.
Yes.
Oh, it turned on us.
Design the weather system to be as close to real life as possible, including working with real chaser. That's cool. I'm going to put it down anyway. Maybe I'll get some information. Turn and come touch my probe. God damn it. Tons of info and FAQ in there. I definitely will. Especially knowing that we're going to keep playing the game. Yeah.
Yeah, the probes didn't pick up any data.
It's worth a try. Whatever. All right, that thing is gone. That thing is like, see you later, I'm out of here.
Yeah, it took off. Alrighty. Where to, Jim Bob?
Is there another one? You see where Puppy Biscuit is driving? I wonder if, okay, hear me out.
Yes.
If we go southeast on this road, in other words, turn around the way we're facing, go southeast. And then when we hit the little two intersections there, make a left and go up that road. Maybe try and intercept it.
Okay.
Another one's coming. Wait, is there one coming right at us? Oh, wait a minute. Hey.
I think that was the old one. I think that was this one that we just chased down. But
Yeah, there's the old one.
An aider.
Somebody reported, there was one reported directly in front of us. Did it dissipate? Is it gone?
That's this one right here. No, that was the one we just chased down.
Oh, okay. We're going the wrong way. There you go. There we go. Was there not two active
sorry,
ones?
You said go the way that you're pointing and then make a right.
No,
So that's what it's
no.
doing.
I quite literally said to turn around.
No, I don't remember that, sir. I'm pretty sure
Yep.
that you said keep going the way that you're pointed.
Hey, this chase is going to end in 5 minutes because of you.
Oh, what the hell?
We're giving it the
You have
we're giving it the old
nothing but a
gentleman's
couple
try.
reports and a fucking picture.
We're giving it the old gentleman's try.
There's the Harvard try, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Them driving skills is on point. He knows what he's doing. Stop it, Ron. Stop. Yeah, they're doing what we were trying to do. So we'll see if we can get there in time. So not the first intersection that we're going to pull up to, but the second one. How do you get money in the game? By getting information. Placing your probe down near the tornado so that way you can gather information about the tornado. Getting pictures, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, so first one's coming up, go through it, and then make the second one, make a left.
Second left.
Yeah. Yeah, this one. Love you so. Oh, there we go.
Okie dokie. I had to avoid the fence there.
You're doing good, kid. You're doing good, kid. You're doing good.
But look at these nice houses out here. Big houses, dude.
They're stopping.
Oh, that one's
I say
haunted.
we
That
just
is
keep on trucking. Keep on trucking. Let's say you're an excellent. I'm trying to be good. You know, I'm not trying to be completely useless in the passenger seat as I sit here and do nothing. Bye, miss you. Oh.
3 minutes.
I know. There's a gas station in front of us too, so if we just floor it this way, I think it's our best bet.
All right, we're good. We're going through the trees again. I'm scared.
You're okay. They're not going to throw apples at you. You'll be all right. See the green and the red touching there? Interesting.
No, but they could throw themselves at us.
Oh, yeah, that'd be really funny. Same cow. I don't think it's going to get here. I think it's basically a goner. Well, that was a bust. Worth a try, though. We're getting better.
It's fine.
Getting better. Getting better.
It's fine.
We can make it there. 2 minutes straight ahead. We'll be fine. Got some good photos. I did get a few good photos. This is true. I'm wondering if within that like 5 minutes they really do just like end all weather events, like not like this storm, but like all tornadoes.
I think they just kick you out of the server completely.
Well, I mean, like right now, like there's a chase ends in. I wonder if at that point they're like, okay, just get rid of all tornadoes.
All of a sudden it's like, oh, the sun will come out tomorrow.
We'll be fine.
Congratulations, you
All right,
survived.
gas station is about to be on your left. You'll see it on your map there.
Yep.
There she is. There she is, Captain. It was worth a try. Integrating a music player into this for personal use would be fantastic. That'd be awesome. Or just non-copyright.
Can't win them all, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had to try. We did it. We did good. We did good, kid. We did fine.
I mean, we got one picture.
We
I got
did.
one picture. You got some reports.
All your money's going to gas.
Good
Hey,
to
don't
go.
say that.
Well,
Nice
sir,
job.
We call it a night there. It is midnight.
We will do this
and
again.
Yes. Thank you so much for the game.
Thank you for the game, sir. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Chingus. All right, we'll leave the chase and see what happens. Look, we still got 3K. That's fine. We had no probe data. We still got Chaser Network. Look, Tornado. So funnel cloud, wall cloud, gas vehicle towing. I guess you lose money. And look at that. That's perfectly fine. So I think with more peeps involved, it will definitely be super interesting. Any rain rap naders? Not that I know of. I don't think so. Apothix, thank you for the follow. More learning too. I know I want to learn about the maps and how to read them effectively to know when stuff is going to show up. Thank you for streaming 2.0 today. Of course. I'm glad you guys were here. Can you play solo? I imagine. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Yeah. Gonna try to play tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. There's another game. Let's exit this. There's like a puzzle type game that I want to do at some point. There is a puzzle type game that I want to do at some point. Like I said, it's the game called Her Tree. Let me load this up real fast. I know we're about to probably call it quits here soon, but I want to load this up and just see what it's like. Oh my. I'm just curious. Is there a way for me to adjust the screen size? Is that possible? There we go. That's better. Full screen. How's the audio? Is the audio okay? Audio sounds good. Okay. Indeed, thank you so much for the sub for 13 months. So this game is called Her Trees, and it's like a puzzle game. I'm not entirely sure what you do, but we're gonna find out. I was just very curious because I love puzzles. Love. So we'll see what happens. Okay. We're going in the tree. Okay. Just finish the puzzle. Oh, there's letters there. What does that say? What do you say? I see the H, the D, the A. That's like an exclamation point. Oh, it literally is telling me. Okay. Ah. I wonder if I do something similar on each one. I guess next level. In we go. New puzzle time. What is that for? Oh, look, you can see you can see all the letters in here. Now the question is, which ones do you use? There's so many. Is maybe this fits onto here in a certain spot to only the letters that I need are lit? Like if you do it like this. AEDH. Aha. Very intuitive. I'm sure it's not going to feel that way every time. Level 0. See, I've made 0 progress. We haven't done anything. All right, there's one there. Is there anything else? Okay, there's a pot. This we can click on. There's multiple things that I can click on here. So I don't know which one is like the one. Let's go to this one. That smash down here. Oh, this feels like the Goonies. Andy, you goonie. Maybe IBH. Let's try it. IBH. Aha. See, I like these little puzzles. I like this. This is cool. Oh, it definitely has to do with this. HBDA? For sure. Nice. Next. All right, we've clicked on that. We did this. What's on this one? Oh, there's a cat. There's a cat in there. What the hell? It's purring. Oh my God. All I can do is click on it and listen to it purr. Okay. Let's find something else to click on. How about the butterfly photo? Oh God. I put this together, I guess? Because it's like it's a line puzzle. Can I rotate these? Okay, left click and right click do the same thing. Okay. That's good to know. Okay. Can I move these? Ah, this is also movable. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's called Her Trees. It should be updated on my title. It should be. Okay, so I wonder with these, like, so this. I'm just looking at the available pieces I have. So we put that there. It's either this or that one. I wonder what is the difference between them? Is there a difference between them? It's like if I do this and I do this, it feels like it's supposed to be a perfect, like, it feels like it's supposed to be like this, right? If that's the case, then that needs to make its way that way and then go up and then go here, roundabout, go there, right? Okay. If that's the case, oh, I see. A, D, E, H, I, F, C, B. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Very neat. What's this one? Ooh, a book. Ooh, did you just match the dots? I bet you do. I bet you do. It's this one. BC, BCIG. Sweetness. Sweetness. Flash unlocked brain cells. We're trying to. We're trying. How about this tree? All the leaves fell? Okay, okay, that's it. Oh, no, they're right here. Ah. Okay. So I imagine we need to make letters with this somehow. Some way, shape, or form. So it's going to match, I presume, right? Like if you like make one that looks like it belongs somewhere. Maybe? Like that guy almost like, I'm looking at this one down here. Either that or it like finishes it. You know what I mean? One of those. What up, Crow? Crow, thank you for the raid, homie. How the hell was your stream? Jeffy, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the follow. We were playing Phaz and then we were chasing naders and, well, I moved on. Now I wanted to try this puzzle game I've been wanting to try for like 2 weeks. So I said, F it, we're trying it. Indeed, thank you for the gifted to Crystal. Thank you so much, friend. Okay. Callie, thank you for the biddies. This one's a weird one. It was great. It was playing some fast. Felt like a perfect place to bring everybody. Thank you so much, Crow. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Thank you. So like that guy looks like it matches, but then nothing else does. But then this guy looks like it matches. That looks like a Z. But there is no Z. But there is no spoon. I don't like to be bested. I want to figure it out. No, I don't want a hint. I want to figure it out. Crow, I hope that stream was amazing, man. I appreciate you so stinking much. I appreciate you. We have ads that are trying to play too, friends. Just a heads up. Yeah. Okay. I wonder with this one, if you're trying to like match it. Ads are trying to play it. Let me stop them. Getting back into the swing of things past month ever since switching off. It's been awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Switching off RL. I got you. No, it's a great change of pace, man. You go from naders to this. I know. Chinggis, I've been wanting to play this game, man. I've been really wanting to play this game, and I'm F it, we're doing it. I'm all over the place. Listen, this is the definition of variety, okay? This one is a tricky one, though, that's full in my brain. I'm just not comprehending what I need to do. That's all. I keep moving it around like aimlessly. Thinking like, oh, okay. Does it correspond with you trying to match it up and see letters? Is it you getting these together with another one and you count how many of the leaves there are? Or the petals, you know what I mean? That's the tricky part. It's not making what you think it's making. I don't know what it's making. Yeah. Can you spin it? I don't think so. No, because I grabbed the corners. You know, like it looks like it should be that. Like maybe? Like that matches that right there. Did you make your goal for St. Jude? We did. We did indeed. No, the arrow takes you to the next thing. That's not what you want. No. The petals make numbers if lined up? What? They make numbers if lined up. They make numbers if lined up. Why is the corner folded? I don't know. I think my assumption was it was just to represent a page. Yeah. I was close. Oh no. Well, so like this guy looks like it lines up, right? It looks like it's supposed to. Or like that guy almost looks like it lines up. Or this one right here. Like if I go down. So rather than trying to do like this guy with this one, we come down and we do this one. Maybe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You just have to see it. It just has to connect. You just have to see it. Oh, that was screwing with my brain. I wasn't getting it at first. Oh, the kitty came out. Is there a problem with that, kitty? Do you want me to go into the house? Oh? Hi. Where you going, kitty? Oh, Jesus. So there's nothing for me to solve here yet. Maybe we have to wait. There's nothing clickable. Maybe we have to wait. Let's go find the kitty. Kitty, I see you. Is there anything I can click on here? No, don't think so. Well, we did the leaf already. We already did that. That's why I moved it out of the way. All right, what's to the left? Jesus. What the hell is this? What kind of backroom shit is going on here? What the hell? Okay, I just got part of the ladder, I think. See, this is when you solve puzzles. Like, so that's like lets you know, hey, it's time to solve a puzzle. Ooh, we can see through these. Okay. Okay. That was the tutorial. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. All right. I wonder if these are going to match up like perfectly somewhere, like have two letters that are like this almost, you know what I mean? See, that's like that, which maybe it doesn't. I don't know. It's one of those things you just have to see it. You know? It just has to pop into the old brain. So this you can't, it's as is. You can't like move it around. Ads are going to start soon, by the way, just a heads up. Nothing matches. It's the fact that you can see through these little like balls or whatever it is makes me want to line them up. That's what makes me want to line up somewhere. But like even looking at that, there's only so much. Like I doubt that it's GAH. I guess it technically could be. It just doesn't feel like it fits. There we go. There's the ads. There they are. And nothing over here. Let's see, you've got E. Or, oh, it fits like a glove. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's satisfying as shit. That's so satisfying. Oh my God. All right, what about this one? Okay, I can move these. These are movable and the lines are dark. Maybe we have to... Oh, this paper can move too. Good night, friendo. Appreciate you being here. Maybe the dark lines are supposed to like complete the ones that are over here. Interesting. I feel like these definitely have to move over here somewhere, or... Oh, the dark lines line up with the actual dark lines of this. Oh, like that, maybe. Maybe? Let's see. Does that make sense, though? Because like that made an H. This one doesn't even go far enough to go from top to bottom, which is really interesting. Almost like it's like there or something like that. Let's try another one. That one too. That's the same exact way. This one's got a hook. Like it's supposed to be on like either here, here, or here. Ooh, maybe. Because look, D, H. Maybe you're just supposed to complete the letters that are here. So like you can see what letter I need to make. So if I look at like the B or I look at this, like I could probably just do this and be C. This one though. That's supposed to be I? That doesn't make sense. Hold on, what about this one? I can't make the F. Can't do that. We're not going to make an A with this. Unless it's literally just making an E, right? Maybe it is. I mean, maybe it literally is just that. But then why the hell would I be left with 1, 4, 3, and G? No. This one's weird. Oh. Okay. Oh, you do it with all of them. Oh, you do it with all of them. And then... And then... CEG? No, that's wrong. Oh, they're supposed to be all... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's supposed to be a 9. God, I think it's because of my placement. I think it's because of how I placed it. It makes it look like shit. It's my fault. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. User error. That was totally user error. I made it look like crap. That was my fault. All right, what's this one? Okay, we have a third one here, and these two are already on this. So we've got arrows, letters, numbers, and almost like dominoes. 1, 2, 3. Can I move this out of the way? I can. And these also 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Just got the Point Hope Easter egg badge and the ID card. Very nice. So if I place, maybe if I do 1, 2, 3, does that do anything? Or like just visually, does it give me anything? Not really. Unless it is doing something. Like unless it's telling me like B, I, B. Nope, can't. Literally can't, because it has to be a different letter than B. Because that goes off the... Yeah. Unless... Oh, unless you literally match those up and then take the letters that it gives you. E, F, D. Clever. Clever. Clever, clever. You have to think differently when you're trying to do these. You have to think differently. Can I move this at all? No. Okay. Got two of these guys. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, that's the only thing I can click on. Ooh, is that a number? Maybe. I mean, it definitely looks like a 4. I don't know if that actually equates to anything. That doesn't match up with anything unless I go like that, but again, that covers up what I thought I might be able to use. Anything else stand out as like obvious? I thought maybe this line up here, maybe I would line it up, but not necessarily. Yeah, the top is giving me nothing. I struggle with this one so much. I'm just trying to look at it and just get an understanding of like, if I can only move these two, right? And I'm just checking. So they only go there. Obviously I'm covering something, but these also overlap. So it's obviously covering something. It was a me problem. Oh, it's going to be, I'm absolutely going to be staring at it 1,500 different ways. But if we think about it the way that the other puzzles have been done, it basically gives me, if let's just say this is 4, right? Then this could possibly be telling me what order, as in what number sequence I'm supposed to do this in, you know? It could be. Comically, what up, homie? So if that is true, then I need to cover up everything else. But also that means what I should see is a pattern of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kind of thing. Like that looks like a 3 to me. That's a 4, right? One of the only ones that stump me. See, I don't want to be stumped. I want to figure it out. That's why I like puzzles. I feel such a sense of accomplishment when I actually figure it out. Like, see, here's my issue. Like, I've got 4 of these guys here. Unless it is like, you're supposed to like do them like this, you know? I believe. I know. I feel like if I stare at it long enough, like I'm trying to pick out different things as I go across this by covering stuff. And the only things I really like, I see the 3 here. I see a 3 here. And I see a 4 over here. Right? Maybe a 6. Maybe. Unless I'm supposed to not make out numbers and I'm actually supposed to make out the letters. Which could definitely be possible. It's just figuring out where to place this guy to be able to see it. Or like I find a little crevice that it fits in perfectly and I place it there. Like no, I can't do that over there. I feel like it's, again, this is one of those like Matrix moments. Like when you see it, you're going to see it and it'll just land. That just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Okay. I'm looking. I'm gandering. I'm believing. I just have to mess with this. Let's reset this. I can't move any of this, right? No. Okay. I see there's a 3 there. If I'm going by the numbers, if I'm saying 3, 4, then there must be a 1, 2, right? Like that could be a possible tour. But then it doesn't make sense to where this is. I've seen it. Oh, shit. All right, don't just straight up tell me. Don't just straight up tell me. If I've seen it already, well then, then I'm in danger. Then I'm in danger. Why would you care about numbers when there's only letters? Because if I can get a number sequence here that matches over here, then I know which sequence to do these in by number. So if it's like around from the top up here going around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then I would do A, B, C, F, I, G, H, G. You know what I mean? That's why. So it would matter. I keep wanting to do this. I keep wanting to do this. You know what I mean, Mr. Chingus? You picking up what I'm putting down, bruh? You see what I mean, bruh? And once you see it, like it's really satisfying when you see it. Unless, okay, hear me out. What if I'm looking at this the wrong way? What if I'm looking at this the wrong way? What if it's not like this? What if I'm like literally supposed to be sideways? Because this looks like an A. You understand the thought process? I'm trying to. This looks like an A. It might not be the case. It's just, I'm just, again, outside of the box kind of shit. And if I line it up, hey Raven, good to see you. Boo Susan, hello. Will I get a birthday song? Okay, listen, I'm not a Mr. Chingus. I can't be doing birthday songs. Okay. Or maybe the A's this way. Oh man. Because this could be an A, that could be a 4. Like it could be, there could be trickery happening here, but it looks like this over here. Okay. Okay. The part that's bothering me is you said I've already seen it. If I've already seen it, I might be effed. I might be screwed. What if this guy's not supposed to be there? What if this guy's supposed to be like, why? What is the point of having the stem, you know? Like, is the stem supposed to be sticking out? You know? Like one of those guys. You just stash it right there. And there you go. Boom. There's your answer. You didn't know he saw. I know, right? I can't believe me. I can't believe it. But what if it's like this thing that's missing and it comes out of this and then it just comes out of there like that, like pow, you know, poof. And same thing happens over here and it goes kapoof. I don't know if that's the correct way you go about it, but that's how I solved it. I went kapoof. All right. Well, I figured it out though. That's what matters. Jesus Christ. Oh, what are you doing there, fella? Oh, okay. What about you? Another puzzle. Okay. We've got bendy letters. Okay. Kapoof. Yeah, we kapoofed it. It's fine. We kapoofed it. Oh, we can see through that. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe these are supposed to match up with some of the dots and then it reveals a letter that we need. So it's obviously going to land on a letter, right? But it needs to it needs to match, I think. I could be wrong, but it's worth a try. If that's the case, I would go over top of the letter and see it landing there perfectly, unless it's supposed to cover one letter and show another one, which in that case, then I would have a B, because look how comfortably like it wraps around like it's supposed to do that, you know? Let's see if we'll just see if we can recreate that again. No, that doesn't work. That could be the case. That could be correct. It could be wrong. I think the devs put the numbers in the cracks just to mess with people. I'm sure. I can only assume. Effing 1, 2, 3. DAB. Telling you, like, you think you have an idea of what it could be, and then it's completely opposite of what it is. I like it. I like it. All right. This looks like it's just going to, like, snuggle in somewhere and then create a bunch of letters or numbers. It looks like it's just going to comfortably land somewhere. Whether it be directly on top or beside. BKN, welcome in. What I want to know is, how do people come up with the puzzle? I have no idea. How someone's brain can think like that, I don't know. Well, see, like that almost looks like it wants to do that. That's weird. What up, Subaru? Hi, friend. I should not be streaming, but I am. It's too late. We are where we are. It is what it is. Okay. So it needs to make letters, though. Oh. Let's see. Now, will it do it perfectly with a spot where nothing will be over top of each other? Or will it sit there perfectly? That's the question. Whatever it is, I need to be able to see letters. Letters or numbers. I mean, my guess, I need to see actual letters by moving this around. The way my brain works, I'd still be on the second puzzle. I'll get out of here. I wonder if people who make puzzles love to solve them too. I would only hope. Because you imagine if you like making puzzles, there must be some deep level of enjoyment you have for solving them as well, right? I mean, if they're supposed to match, maybe they go either in between, or maybe it matches the stem. Walk away from, what is the name of the game? Flash. Oh, from this? Like if okay, let's just pretend the match is the match. Let's just pretend that the stem is supposed to match. Okay, so is there a spot where it does match? It's so fascinating. I agree. Playing a new survival game called Aloft, which has puzzles. I'm just glad they aren't that hard. Ooh, that sounds cool. See, I like the mixing of the genres. That's pretty rad. So it looks like there's nowhere here where the stem matches. Not that I can tell. So that looks like it's on purpose. Like it's shaped the way that it's shaped for a reason. Can remake an island into a flying ship. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. The arrow takes me to basically away from this puzzle, is what the arrow does. I have yet to click on, if I can, I want to solve them without getting hints. Because it's really satisfying when you're able to do it. Or maybe the stem. Like there's so many random places where it looks like these leaves overlap perfectly. Like almost spot on. But then it just nothing else seems right. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So if it's not going to land on the stem, I wonder if it's like off to the side or in the middle over here somewhere. Like it's like its own little branch. Like you have this one, this one, this one, and then a larger gap, and then it's this one, you know? But how the hell are you making letters out of that? Or numbers? Because it almost feels like this fills the gap, you know? It almost feels like it. Because like you set that guy there. Well, if you just look at these like this, you separate. But What I'm not seeing is letters or numbers. Like basically I'm moving this around and it's just, I'm not seeing it. I'm sure that if I move it around enough, I'll find it. Or like find the right spot where it's supposed to land. I'm sure that I will see it. Like maybe the letters are actually spelled using the stems. So maybe maybe the stems match up somewhere like over this, like overlap to make letters, you know? Interesting. Thank you, Spicy Peaches. Thank you. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I'm about to wake you up. I'm awake. See, you also figure like, okay, so if we're looking at this in a different way, you have black leaves and white leaves. So like my first initial thought was like, okay, so this must like land in between, you know, like snuggle in there nice and cozy somewhere. Hey bird, how are you? Good to see you. Just somewhere just nice and cozy. Like those, like you see how like these two guys wrap around that guy right there? Make a nice little home. Nice little home. Yeah, some of these though, some of these are just looking at them like, I have no idea. I have no clue. No idea. My brain is working like 1,000 miles a minute. Just trying to think what it could be. You know what I mean? Good night, Phantom. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow, friend. If you're here tomorrow. You know what I mean? If you're here tomorrow. Okay. Okay. What letters can you make? What kind of puzzles are we doing? Whatever they send to us, man. Like this almost makes an A, you know? Like almost. I do see the line here with the line there. Like the line of the leaf. Almost. Trying everything. We're trying a little bit of everything right now. That, okay, that's weird. Hold on. Hold on. I'm like, okay. Now my brain is looking at this like, what if it's not supposed to be two separate? What if it's supposed to be one? You know? Like rather than me trying to make this go here and that go there, what if these two are supposed to land on the same leaf? Or the same thing with this guy. Like this. Or something like it, you know? Am I finding it? Am I finding it? Bro, I can't see it. I'm so blind. I'm so blind, I can't see it. I keep missing it. I know. I need to move this around till I see it. I know. I need to. Listen, my issue is that I'm trying to like see it with my brain, and my brain doesn't want to see it. My brain doesn't want to see it. Is, is that my problem? Hold on. Oh, wait. I think I see it. Oh, I think I see it. Oh, that's tripping me out. Oh, that's tripping me out. That's an H. Is that an F? H-I-F-A? Oh. Oh, that just like my brain was not able to comprehend it for so long, just staring at that. Because all I kept seeing was the white leaves by themselves, and I was not putting it together as one. Oh, shit. It's still cool, though. It's tripping us out, but it's cool. All right, these totally make letters. How? Where? We got to find it. It's here somewhere. Like this, right? Or like... Start at the eye and work your way around. That's a good one. I like that. Okay. This guy. Oh, we're definitely going to find letters somewhere here. Okay. Letters or numbers, right? What are we going to spell? What does that spell? Like, that one looks like a potential A. So I'm like, maybe? No, probably not. It's got to be a bunch of them together, though. You'd think so. Oh, past those leaves so many times. I thought I was going crazy. No, I just couldn't see it. I just could not see it. It was not... Okay, thank you. It was just not there for me. I couldn't do it. Spicy peaches? What the hell? What the hell is wrong with you? Ooh, F. See, this before was like this. Can I connect these and find it? Or maybe each one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that looks like it connects. That looks like it makes a lot of shit though. See, that doesn't connect though. That one does. Does it look like it make anything though? Not really. Definitely seen something because you kept going back to the same spot. It felt like the leaves fit. That's what was really really tripping me up. It kept feeling like the leaves fit. That's why I kept going back. Maybe not. Or maybe I'll line up like part of it. Nah, that looks stupid. That looks dumb. What I need to figure out is if it's supposed to be just one, like that's trying to make an A. It is doing its best to make an A. It is doing what it can. And to make that A, we need to find something almost like that. There, go over here. See, when you try to connect this, like this one again started you here like this. So it makes you think like it's supposed to connect. Almost. You know? Struggle with the game would be to force something to be something. Yeah, and that's part of it too, is you're telling your brain like there's supposed to be something here. So then you gaslight the living crap out of yourself and thinking like, oh, well, there must be something here because well, why would it be this way? It just doesn't make any sense any other way. So you just have to like stop forcing yourself to see it and just let yourself see it. Obi-Wan. We're just checking Like these two lines definitely have to do something. Something at some point. No, that's not it. I don't think so. Don't think so. This has to be an A. Speaking of gaslight, like that has to be an A somewhere. Wherever the hell that may be. It has to be. Wait. No. I was like, maybe it's with the actual flower. You know what I mean? Wait a minute. A, F. Is it like this? My brain's too tiny for these puzzles. No. That's... Oh, I see what I was doing. Look. I was too high. And if you start there and you come down here, boop. A, B, D, E. There it is. Just off. Just a little bit off. Cat butt. All right, is there anything else on this thing that we're missing? I don't think so. It looks like there's like different branches of this that you're supposed to fill out. Okay, and that's what we just did, right? Why is this not coming off? Is it supposed to come off? I'm gonna go back in here one more time. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I think we've got it all. Okay. I think so. All right, let's move on. We'll come back to this. Maybe this will, like, as we start to fill stuff out, it'll start to do it. Go back to the middle real quick. Hey, okay. We didn't have this before. Now we do. F H I. Okay. That mean we can go save the kitty? Oh, maybe not. Or did that change anything? That's still like that. That's still like that. Okay. I don't know what that did. Oh. Oh, I was able to actually climb the ladder. Oh. Hello? Want to watch more, but I also want to play myself without knowledge. No, Super, I appreciate you. I know. Don't want to spoil yourself. I get that. Oh, hi. Is that me? Is that me? Can I break the mirror? Level 2. Ooh. Ah, more keys. Trying to stay a puzzle ahead. Hey, don't. Hey. Listen, we're all friends here, okay? Nailed it. Nice. Oh, super. I appreciate you. Good deal. Next. What these one? Okay. Looking at the contrast. Maybe just line it up. Let's just line it up. Does that tell me anything? Not really. Okay, maybe we don't line it up. Like this, when I line it up, like that almost looks like like I'm looking like this and I see like an F, but that just doesn't make sense because there's nothing else there. So that doesn't make sense. Can I move this guy? Oh, I can move them both. Ah, okay. There had to be a reason for that. Oh, what the shit? Thought I was in Tomorrowland in Disney. What the hell? There's this random white circle. This one's interesting. Okay. It's almost making me think of like the negatives, like putting it in between the space, like this, like here. The circle is throwing me off a lot because I don't know where the hell that's supposed to go. There's nowhere around. Or like if I'm trying to make an A, maybe you're not trying to make an A, maybe you're supposed to make another letter. This music's gonna start freaking me out. Damn, I don't know. Oh, it was nice and calming. It is, the music is very chill. I would have to give it that. I keep wanting to go back to overlapping these perfectly, but I feel like that doesn't make sense because it's literally showing nothing. Would make me sleepy. It sounds like what's played at a spa my husband and I go to in Reno. Maybe it is. Maybe that's exactly what it is. Speak to me, puzzle. Makes you sleepy, makes the puzzle harder. I know. Like this one is, it's just like the other ones. It's literally like there's so many of these where I'm looking at them and it's like, I've got literally 0 from this. But the second I see it, I'm going to see it and I will never unsee it. But like, okay, so this one goes under that no matter what. So it's literally about the overlay here, right? Is the big circle a dot of an eye? I don't know. Maybe. That's a cool idea. Like, that's a cool thought. Like maybe it's a dot of the eye. Yeah. See, what I keep thinking about is if I'm supposed to be making numbers or letters. Like that's what it is. Like to me, I'm thinking, do I make numbers or letters here? Look, I make a little house. You think we're supposed to make arrows? This is weird though. Okay, I see it. Like I see it. I see it. But is it the middle? Okay, I was curious. Because it looks like this wants me to start here. I'm just going to start here. Shit. Or is it the certain ones? Like you're supposed to go this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Okay. I feel like I see it, but at the same time, it's weird. Like I see the path. It's tripping me up though. Okay. So if I start here, then you don't go here, you go here. Or maybe you go around. Maybe it starts here and literally does follow that little pathway there. So like this, 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 this. Yes, sirree, Bob. It just takes a hot damn second to see it. Good gravy. Okay. 4, 5. I wonder if this one's super similar to the other one. Probably not, I would assume. It looks like probably want to find out where these fit. What are you here for? Okay, this does move. Good deal. Okay. My brain wants me to find out where I find space for all of them, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's where they all get covered, you know? Then you got this big boy. Or maybe the lines line up with this. Maybe. Like that lines up kind of like that, but that's weird. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it's like that. And then it goes the other way. Bendy, thank you so much for the subs, dude. Thank you. No, you can't. But thank you for the subs. Nice. Nice. Next. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Oh, they were in little holes. Okay. All right. It definitely looks like the white parts are supposed to make letters. If that's true, I mean, these two are obviously not going to be next to each other. This looks like part of an A. Maybe. Let's pretend that it is. See, that doesn't fly. That don't fly. That looks just goofballish. Okay. Maybe it's not. Or maybe they overlap and then you see them that way. Also another possibility. See, like this, you'd think like, okay, maybe you're making an H out of that, but it doesn't look like it's supposed to. I mean, maybe that's not how you're supposed to do it at all anyway. Some of the... Rather interesting that the height of them is like this. You know? Unless... Does that do anything? I was just curious. No, don't think so. Might be onto something with the height though, because it's interesting that they do go up like that. Let's just say this does. Let's move this around a little bit and see if we see anything. Yeah, that's like almost like the number 4, but that seems like such a stretch. That seems like a stretch and a half. Maybe it goes the other way. Maybe it's smallest to largest. Let's try that. No, don't think so. No. Like, look at this. Like, those guys look like they, like part of it matches, you know? Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. Maybe you do match them across. But if that was true, like, you'd have that guy with that guy, but I don't think that doesn't really get me anywhere. Let's just put literally all of them on top of each other. Just see what kind of shit comes out of it. Hold on, maybe I can do a little bit better. Maybe it is like a line them up by height, but you do it to where like the smallest one would be in the top because you want it to be like level. So then you'd go there, and then you'd go there, and then you'd go here, and then you'd go here. Sheesh. Okay. Holy mackerel. Holy a mackerel. That mushroom. Okay, now it is like the Goonies. What the shit? What the hell? Noses? What the shit? Okay. That looks like a bee. Like already without like a bee. But it doesn't, like the eye holes, like that doesn't make sense though. The skull key, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah. Stepped on a bee. All right, where is it? Where is it? I will find you. There are letters to be had. Crowster, good night, friend. Appreciate you. Got to get up early for a flight to Austin. That's awesome. I know. I can't be on for too much longer either. Yeah. Andy, you goonie. That has to match somewhere. It has to. These little peepers. These little peepers got to be somewhere. But where? But where? But where? But there. Oh, okay. this guy? Oh God, swirly twirly gumdrops. Oh shit. I can only presume this does not line up in any way, shape, or form. So this one, it just goes really neatly between all the letters. So if it does that as well over here, or maybe this like crosses off some of the ones we don't need, because there's a lot of letters to be had here. There's a lot. Like maybe it like follows the line up, and then it will circle the ones that I need. You know? I'll keep it moving. I can only assume it's over here because this spot, this is completely wide open. I can only assume. Like that almost does it. It's really close. Good night, Subaru. Good night, friend. Appreciate you. Oh, I'll make a little heart. See, it kind of matches it. It's really, really strange. That seems weird. That doesn't feel right. I had it? Where? I overlapped the swirls. Oh shit, where did I do that? No, it's I'm trying mostly to figure it out on my own, obviously. You know what I mean? I lined up the swirls. See, I thought, but it didn't feel right. Like I don't think I'm landing it. Like it's not hitting where I want it to hit. Fits so neatly in there. Look how nice that sits. Oh my God. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. It's beautiful. What about this tree house? Okay, I guess that's for us to keep. This one. All right, so we've obviously got the letters here. This doesn't move. That's stationary. So if that's the case, that looks like a 4. I wonder if it's like 1, 2, 3, like which order you put it in kind of thing, you know? But if that's the case, then I would need to see like 1 followed by 2, which I'm not seeing when I line up some of these. Is there 3 that are clumped up together? Like these 3 are kind of clumped up together. 1, 2, and then just 1 more. Like, see up there? Like, there's almost like 3. Oh, is it like, is it like that? Is it like the dot thing with the path? Oh, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Like that kind of thing, you know? Because look, when you like rest it there. Oh, wait. Oh, is that it? Oh, do I see it? Do you start here? Oh, lovely. Oh, Dasta 1. I can't think of one thing. I have to think of multiple to try to get it. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Oh, this one. Well, we've done something similar to it. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing or not, but it might be. This was the one where we made it fit all nice and tight. Nice and tight, like Toiger. Like kind of like that. That kind of. Does this fit with any letters? What the shit? Because before what it was it was fitting against the letter and it had like the number 1, you know, like it went over top of a dot. I don't know if that's the same thing here. It might be. Maybe. Mufasa? It could be. Let's try. This is a really cool. It's just, again, I heard about this being a puzzle game. And I'm like, dude, I like puzzles. I do like a good puzzle. I does dig. Ooh, okay. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's see. So if this was the case before, like, see how like that doesn't work. Because there's nothing here. Again, it might not be the same pattern though, and they might be trying to fool us into what we're supposed to see and what we're not supposed to see. Like almost close. Close but no cigar. This wants to sit on an A so bad. It wants to sit there so bad. Let's look at our letters. Let's just see real fast. Like the nowhere that doesn't fit. Although there's multiple parts though. There's no way it's the same, right? There's no way that they would do it the same way. There must be something different about it. Oh, did I just accidentally find you? Where's the dots? It's the letter with the dots. Look. Oh, and it lines up perfectly. Oh, it does too. Get out of here. AFC. Oh, that's so nice. When you find it, it's that feeling like obviously someone could just tell you what to do, but when you just find it, oh, the joy. Oh, the joy. All right, I think this one's completed because it looks like this is completely done. I think that lets you know like, hey, you've completed this section kind of thing. I'll just go back through just to make sure. Okay. Now, anything different for you? You still got a little tree on your head and we got the house mirror thing. Okay. Oh, we have that now. So does that mean that the house is going to be vineless when we go back? Oh, maybe not. To be honest, you've been finding them all. There's so much going on, it's easy to miss. Yeah. Oh, look, that's different now. I wonder if when we go back to the house now, the house is actually clear. Kitty? My problem is that I want to keep going. Like, that's my issue. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can I move all these? Please no. Okay, good. Still going to continue? Yeah, I know. I probably, honestly, you know what? We should end it here. This would be a good spot. This would be a good spot. This is technically level 3. So we got through the first 2 levels. Oh, I think we're going to continue this tomorrow. I think we should. That sounds like a fantastic idea. So we got through the first 2 levels and then we're going to keep trucking through it. And we'll finish it off tomorrow probably. All right. Let's call it there. I got sucked in and stayed up late there. I know. I can't do it. I just can't. I can't. I have stuff that's going on tomorrow. I can't delete data. Yeah. I can't. I shan't. I won't. I can't. I shan't. I won't. The willpower to stop. It's because I know I need sleep. That's the issue. I got to wake up early tomorrow and I've got to do all the stuff and the things. So tomorrow morning, I'm waking up and I'm going to my child's school to go see his play that they've been working on in school. Gotta be up and at him for that. Yeah. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me, friends. I always appreciate you. Especially when we go off and we play different games. It's always amazing to have you guys stick around. So I appreciate it. But if you're not in the Discord already, there is one. That's where we hang out outside of stream, or that's where I keep you guys updated about schedule or anything else that's going on. And the month is officially over, which means it is now officially June 1st, and I have no idea what I'm going to do for the sub goal for this month. No idea. No clue. I'm going to snooze the ad so we don't get hit. The puzzle game is great, though, and that's the thing. I like it. I like the puzzles. I like it. Thank you guys so much for being here. No, we're not doing 24-hour. No. You mean for the goal for next month? Oh, I can't do that. I would like to think of something different. I'll do a little bit of brainstorming. I can't do that to myself. Listen, I've done them before and I will do them in the future, but limits. Limits. Okay. Let's see here, friends. Let's see where we're going. You know, Lego Batman's another one. Like, that's a game that I want to try too. Just because it just looks fun. It's different. It looks fun. .007 looks cool. My only issue with .007 from what I've seen is that it looks like there's a shit ton of cutscenes. A lot. And it's like, I don't do so well with like a million cutscenes. It might be a little bit too much for my blood. So I don't know. Azriel, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Because it's so late, I'm going to keep things simple. I'm taking you guys to 24/7. So if you haven't had enough of me already, well, guess what? I'm taking you over to see more of me. But I'll do the raid messages in there anyway. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to be live again today, technically, because it's 1 in the morning. We've already done the weekly. The weekly is already in the books. So the stream is kind of open to whatever we want to do. I might start with Phas for a little bit, do a couple games, and then switch. That might be what we do. That's where I'm headed anyway. I got you covered. But you guys, thank you so much for an amazing month. May was fantastic. Any of my patron members, I'm definitely going to get, I'll make sure to get the May compilation completed. We have games that we need to do that are way overdue. Way overdue. So we'll definitely get to those too. Otter, have a good night, friend. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. And then I will see you guys tomorrow or tonight, whatever you want to call it, for more fun. Goodbye.